Most OBSs go crazy. Oh, we're back live again.
There we go. A little bit of a bumpy road, but we're back up and at it. All right,
Hello.
we had a quick match with Azure against Red Riot earlier, with Azure taking the knockout victory on Tower Control Muscle Forge Fitness.
Well, in that recent match earlier, they had heavy splatling. Heavy splatling on each team, but the other team had a dynamo. But even though Azure actually had a chance to counter it, it was a good chance to counter right there, I would suppose. Alrighty.
So now we're going to be transitioning into Rainmaker on Port Mackerel. This is one of the only maps that you can't reset the Rainmaker on. Even on the reef, if we were determined to do it, there's a little bit of pool on the very far left of the spawn.
Water is very important. But yeah, this map is kind of very quick pace for Rainmaker indeed. Oh jeez. It's a very quick pace map for Rainmaker, as I would say myself. We can see each team they're still using is still using a heavy, but heavy here. Each team also has a Booyah bomb with a potential throw here.
Heavy's terribly strong in the 1-2 to 1 even faster than
yes,
so we've got a lot of movement going on in Big Game now. The same that comes out on the Red Riot side, but Blaster goes on. Marge team comes out and takes down another second and he's looking for another thing.
I would say Marge seems to be the go-to heavy splatling on this team so far right now. They are starting to actually get their push towards the 30s, but pilot down by Venturas. Hits a throw. That's a pretty nice shot from him.
With picking on the shot, and then wiping their team right after.
A wipe afterwards. Oh my god. Ooh, geez. Red Riot seems to... Oh my goodness! The 1-point meme people! Oh, and there goes another one, and it's the game.
And with two quick knockouts, Azure asserts their place in round 2 with a 2-0 victory.
Pretty nice matchup for these two. I'll say myself. Alrighty then. Well, that was a pretty nice match from Azure and Red Riot so far.
Azure definitely giving themselves a good idea of what other teams are going to be up against in these next coming matches.
Oh man, but man, it was a pretty nice stronghold hold so far from Azure. I can't wait to see them go actually into more detail into their gameplay into the next matches. So, well, let's see. Next up we have another round coming through. From, I suppose, we don't know yet.
Okay, so I'm going to take a peek at the map list. We can talk a little bit about the map modes that we might see coming up soon. So what we saw was a peek at round 2. Round 1, because of the number of teams we had for this particular tournament, had a lot of buys. So round 3, we're going to start off with splat zones on Skipper Pavilion.
Well, I don't really know. Well, thing is about Skipper Pavilion, I know it has a very similar layout towards Salt Spray Rig and Splatoon 1, but even though the zone is I don't know, in a bigger place, it's been put in the bottom area this time actually, really, on the map. But seeing it as this, it could be a very good aggressive heavy map. Well, you could also have to have some anchor as well known to that, maybe a little bit of anchor around heavy or maybe a couple of splatlings. A charger would also suffice as well.
Depending on the map mode, an ink can function really well on what do we have over here? Oh, this is not correct anymore for round 3 on my animation screen. But depending on what map mode you have, an anchor on Skipper Pavilion can do wonders. If you're pushing on Rainmaker or Tower Control, having that person sat in mid and stingraying all of your enemies and scattering them all over the place definitely does some wonders. But for maps like Splat Zones and Clam Blitz, on Clam Blitz you kind of want to be more mobile, but on Splat Zones it can be make or break depending on what the other team brings. Some teams even opt to bring a Booyah instead of something like a Stingray because of the verticality of things.
You're probably going to expect a lot of heavy remix, maybe, actually, in that kind of a situation. That's what I would probably see from that. But I mean, a lot of other options would suffice, even if you had like a Ketsa Pro to replace that Booyah Bomb as well. Like maybe you could have some like armor to like, give like, some extra protection to your teammates as well.
Definitely.
It's definitely indeed, very definitely indeed.
I'm opening up the bracket now. We've got In Control is waiting on their game, whether or not they're going to be facing Cerebellum or All-Star Squids in round 2. Kanai is going up against Summer Lights in round 2. Definitely a good matchup going on over there. We've got a pickup Bean World going against Overpower. Comet, which is our resident Japanese team, is going to be playing against Legacy Squids in round 2. Enlightenment is waiting on their game against Calamity Forge and Magistrate Mercs to play out. And then Sketch is going to be up against Seishin Chitai.
Pretty solid seating.
Yeah, pretty solid seated. We've got a really nice turnout tonight.
It's a pretty nice turnout indeed. In my hypothesis is, I could probably see a couple of teams actually kind of have a couple of chances in this tournament. Let's say we could see like In Control come out a little bit victorious, like around second place or first place if possible. But I mean, this is a little bit of delusional from me. It's nothing material at this point.
Yeah, of course. I believe with the speed at which our first rounds were done, and with a couple of people having to wait on round 1 to conclude, we might be having a little bit of a period in between our next game. So I'm going to transition to us into a quick intermission. So then I will see you guys soon. Alrighty, after a hearty 15 or so minute break, we're ready.
It almost felt like an hour to me, to be honest.
We're ready to transition into another game. We've got Skipper Pavilion Splat Zones, like we mentioned earlier. We've got Wahoo on Tower Control for the second round. If we get to the illustrious Game 3, we will be playing it on with the Rainmaker on Black Belly Skate Park.
Oh, man. If the Game 3 does actually happen on Black Belly Skate Park, I would expect some good amount of Stingray from that one, actually.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because obviously you're gonna have to have a Stingray for Rainmaker. But in the end, if it's probably like different, you especially on Black Belly, matter of fact. I mean, it has like multiple routes as well, so you'll never know which way to actually go. Most common being like the front.
But for now, we're going to be starting off with some lovely, dovely fan favorite Splat Zones on not so lovely, not fan favorite Skipper Pavilion.
That map is garbage. Don't play it. Okay, let's just get back into it. Well, okay. Currently from Sketch, we have Grapey with the Kenta splatter shot right now. Very nice choice. Each team has a charger, which is also nice. And one of them has a mini splatling, and their Enlightenment's captain, I think, Snake just got taken out, and Gator here on a roll with his charger. It's obvious that charger has a good skill and all, but ooh, Stingray from a Stingray. Oh, unfortunately they jumped away.
We're seeing a lot of blows being traded back and forth between these two teams right now, and Sketch is coming up with a very nice lead, ticking down to almost 50 points. The Booyah comes out, and the 10 missiles are out, so this is going to scatter them a little bit more than they'd probably like, and Enlightenment is now making their first push down.
Ooh, we have 3 down from Sketch right now, and as Enlightenment actually takes a full wipe off of Sketch, and now moving up in order to actually secure their territory.
Alright, and our ink brush up there is going up to make sure they can paint up the world in order to get this baller ticking down for them. But with the pro going down, Sketch now has popped 2 specials to get them back into this zone. Gator is looking for it and finds a pick on their charger player, which means they're going to be able to cap the zone before they have anything to say about the lead.
At this point, if possible, if Enlightenment would actually were to take back everything else, they would have to actually take in, like, I don't know, a very full-on flank on them. Currently, they have two people down on Sketch. We could see something come out of them. They're almost about to cap the zone. Nick's struggling to actually take things out of here alone for some stupid reason. He could probably use some help. Oh, there goes Nick. There he goes.
Alright, now Sketch is actually ticking down on their penalty and making this game a harder catch for Enlightenment. The 10 missiles are coming out, the Stingray is here, but it doesn't look like there's too many people to start as many firefights. They managed to take the zone, but they haven't taken down a single member of Sketch yet. And there's Stingray, their...
Enlightenment needs to do something about this, especially for their, their skills right now. They have to actually team up a couple of times. You can't always go in alone.
They've gone 2 people down, so this may look like it's Sketch's early game in this first half. We've got a lot of people funneling up in mid. Raze has popped the Stingray and double teamed the Charger. It's earned them an additional penalty on Sketch.
That was a pretty nice Booyah bomb from Jared here. He's currently actually here, just struggling here. Oh, that was a kind of failure fire. That was a pretty sad one.
Alright, Grapey very much overextending over here, but manages to maintain their 10 missiles nonetheless. Jumps out the very last second to be able to pop them as well. But their
here comes Nick.
Enlightenment is ticking down that penalty. They're going to have to do a zone cap really quick, and they lose the lead. They've managed to cap the zone though, so it's not a tremendous one.
Enlightenment might have some sort of a chance against Sketch right here. All they would have to do now is actually try their best to cap the zone.
Unfortunately for them, 3 people have gone down. They're going to have to jump back to that charger really quick if they want to keep it. And Grapey, in the middle of a 1v1, takes down one, looks for another. Is going to be taken down by Jared, but they maintain that control. And those firefights actually earn them this. It's very minuscule, but they earn them the lead in that position.
Enlightenment's gonna have to take off all of their penalty in order to actually get back and get the lead again. If they only have like 40 seconds to do so, so we could probably they have enough time to actually make this happen.
All right, we've got 2 people going down in Enlightenment. They're going to be making their way over to that zone. Here comes the baller. Here comes the booyah, and they cap the zone. So it still goes back into Sketch's or to Enlightenment's favor. But Sketch is maintaining their dominance in this round.
There goes Snake. There goes Snack. Yes, he can actually just been taken out by Max's washer. Oh, it seems like at this point, it seems like Sketch is taking the match on this one. And wait a second. Wait a second. What is this? What is this? Okay, we're in overtime. Let's see what happens.
Has found a Sharker and has their Booyah ticket, and it looks like they've given themselves a really nice advantage over here.
This could be the only chance for Enlightenment here. Come on, Jared. That's kind of your only hope for a Booyah bomb. Just 4 seconds left for the points, and
Enlightenment takes the lead after having a rough game.
Pretty nice fight from Enlightenment to take that overtime lead. Nice one. Pretty nice match. Hey. Round 1, Skipper Pavilion, which is not really kind of surprising for me.
And then
which is not really surprising.
Round 2 on Wahoo World.
Round 2 Wahoo World. Okay.
It's gonna be tower control as well. And I remember talking about this before. Is this not too shy on this Wahoo World Tower Control has seen its course on Ink2win a couple of times already. But it's like anytime you get past that first checkpoint, all of the rest of the match usually seems to snowball in there. Usually your last chance to stop a detrimental push being like after the next checkpoint, or after the 3rd checkpoint on this seems to break.
Usually it would go instantly into a knockout when it's past the 3rd checkpoint anyway. So it's probably going to be a quick one if they go past the 3rd checkpoint.
Mm-hmm. Enlightenment had a late start in their first game, but if they keep up if they maintain the same momentum as they had in Skipper, they might not have much to say about it in this game as well, as that momentum carries over very hard. So I'm really interested to see how this game between Enlightenment and Sketch plays out.
Can't wait to see how they would actually perform on this. They do actually end up graceful. Currently, we're waiting on one more player to press the A button.
As it goes. Always better that is the players and not like spectators. Although earlier we had to have one of our rounds wait up as I was having a capture card failure tonight of all nights, of course. Alright, now I'll be remembering to transition into the main screen as we move on to tower control on Wahoo.
Ooh, maintaining a very similar comp to each team, matter of fact. Matter of fact, that the only change is the Clash Blaster and the T-Tech, I think, on Enlightenment, and a Machine, and a Condor on Sketch.
Alright, it's
pretty
Ink is
nice
being traded,
here.
but there has not been any blows traded yet, as Wahoo is one of those particular larger maps.
It was good that actually Sketch had like an armor in the beginning, and we see 2 down go down from Enlightenment currently.
2 down on Enlightenment side, but they've lost their main aggro, so they're playing it pretty neutral in mid, making sure not to push this tower too far, as they have to deal with this sniper. Now we've got 3 people down on Sketch's side, so even though they had a big man loss, it doesn't look like Sketch is going to be able to pull a big lead like they did in game 1.
Oh, there goes their Kunder. Alrighty. Now we have Enlightenment now trying to counter push this. Taking the lead, and it's a pretty solid lead. They're probably about to touch the first checkpoint. One of their teammates going down, 2 down from the Stingray, currently being fired. Ooh, Stingray. Can I see Stingray 1v1?
Doesn't look
Okay,
like you're going to be getting a Stingray 1v1 right now, because
Aw, man.
admitted the trades have been blown,
Oh, well.
and we're going to
We'll
see Sketch collect some of their control back in mid and take out this Clash Blaster.
A very solid trade.
A solid trade indeed, but the pro saw our little sneaky Sketch player on their side, so they're going to be jumping out, and they're going to be regaining their control and starting this push yet again for Enlightenment.
Their Clash Blaster currently taking out Sketch's Charger player Gator, but now we can see them actually trying their best to actually put in another push here. 2 down from from Sketch.
And that
currently.
first checkpoint is broken.
That very perfect push from Enlightenment. Well, now Sketch is going to have to start playing a little bit more either passive or a little bit more harsh against these people right now. They need to actually put up some sort of a fight to actually get through now.
We've got some sharking going on now, playing a little bit of neutral game. Sketch does take the tower for themselves, but they are unaware of what we've got a flanker in mid. It would be the Clash Blaster of all people as well, heading towards that tower to make sure they don't have too much fun. Unfortunately, the Clash Blaster gets found, but their efforts weren't in vain, as the mobile Fence Umbrella was spotted by Raze the sniper and taken out mid.
Ooh, pretty nice trade against their case shot. Wait, another shot, I believe.
Alright, now we've got a 1-man down situation on Enlightenment side, but Raze finds another nice snipe on that tower. They're going to be initiating a sniper battle. Unfortunately, it does not last too long. Alrighty, we got the pro down on the side of Sketch 2. We've got a 3-man down situation for Enlightenment. Now Sketch has to put some footwork in to gain some of those specials. 10 missiles have been popped on the 2 people that were alive at the moment, and Grapey's going to have to pull some hard aggro plays on the left there if they want to make sure that they can keep this game going. The Stingray work actually putting on a lot of show for them, but unfortunately Sketch goes down and they're not going to be able to push that push. But fortunately for them, they have broken the checkpoint, so if they can push it to the next one, they're going to be having some a game 3 situation.
Bomb. How rude.
Sketch finding a nice, or Gator from Sketch finding a nice pick, and with 30 seconds clocking down, they're going to have to put in some nice moves if they want to turn this game in their favor.
Come on, Sketch. If you want a game 3, you gotta pull out something.
Alright, the tower is moving down. Jared pulling off a flank in mid.
Hopefully these missiles
on that charger, but the
help a little bit.
Other members of Sketch know that they're there. Not able to do too much about it now, so Jared maintains a lot of pressure on them. Has to win a fight, and wins a fight against the Slosher, leaving Gator the last man standing.
So far, it seems like, again, this goes into Enlightenment. Right. Pretty nice 2-0 from Enlightenment right there, I suppose.
We definitely saw some exciting plays on both sides. I started out this whole set not really knowing who would be the victor ending in this particular round, but the victory nonetheless goes to Enlightenment.
I'll be surprised, matter of fact, because I originally thought it was going to go straight to Sketch in the beginning, but seeing it go straight to Enlightenment made me surprised. Christ. All I can do now is just give him like a small little happy congratulations right there.
Alrighty. So with that, I'm going to take another peek at this bracket really quick. See, as the games are a little bit out of order, but it does not seem like they've gone too far ahead. After this, we're going to have semifinals for the winner bracket. If this game hasn't started, we might be able to pick one of these guys. So don't mind me. I'm just doing some admin stuff really quick.
I would suppose most of all the admins would be kind of a little bit busy.
Let's see. We just saw a peek at alignment, so let's see if we can get some overpower going on here. I can't quite talk in this chat yet, but I have it open and waiting. We're going to take a short break as we prepare for you guys the next match. So stay tuned, everybody.
Stay tuned. Into the radio. Semifinals. We're gonna be. I suppose we're gonna be starting with Clam Blitz Piranha Pit. I think. But it's just a lot of map. Well, it's probably a lot of map mode generators, so it could be that kind of. Zones. So currently for our team lineups at this point, it's going to be In Control and Overpower. Two teams that are very amazing, that I would say of myself. Ooh. Each team is using a heavy splatling right now. That's pretty good choice from each team so far. Each team having a... Each team... You get pretty nice takedowns from In Control currently. Yep. We can see that they might have. We can see they might actually have an upper hand against Overpower if they actually were to actually push themselves in. Oh, hammer from and pretty nice hammer from. Oh, almost death to Z, to Mr. Z here, or against Seguino's hammer. And currently now they take out one person, and now currently right now their heavy spotling's the last one on their team. This could he might get taken down any second now. Ooh, nice firefighting. But Savage, it's very nice. Ooh, they're almost ready for another. Almost. Ooh, this could look terrible for In Control currently. They could probably put up a good actual little stronghold if possible. Taking out one person, and ooh, there goes their. I think one of their bullets went off.
All right.
Here you have.
We got 3 people down, so this is going to be the opportunity. Man. But Nico finds that pick. We're still in neutral game.
Very nice. Ooh,
and there it is. The first ball is scored for In Control. Savage finds another
one. Oh, no. Very nice footballs from In Control currently. That it's currently a nice one that they actually pulled off against Overpower currently. So now we can see them actually try their best to actually see we can now see Overpower trying their best to actually counter this push. If they could probably see if they can actually have an upper hand in a certain situation. Ooh.
All right, Derek going down, push far ahead in their territory. The Booyah tries to pop up, but it gets taken out.
Booyah denial from Seguino. Oh my goodness. Just what I expected from, like, I don't know, high damage weapons like the Tent Umbrella. And Seguino taken out by Quake's K-shot right now. We could see a nice. We could see a possible flank coming in, and Simo.
It looks like they're gonna get 2 power balls.
Simo's having a couple of jumps here. 3 if Simo can actually score this one in.
CMO's having a
he's-
rapid fight, but unfortunately, as the rapid, they're not able to go in. But
and the last one being
Savage
Savage
is the
on
only
the
one
other
up.
team.
They're finding clams to throw in, but I don't think they're going to be able to put another one in time. So they're just making sure that they maintain control and that everything's painted up.
They're trying their best to actually keep their stuff here. Very solid bomb from Savage currently on Nico, and we can see right now, they are trying their best to see if they can actually fend off against Overpower. Now we can. Ooh, nice shots from Savage.
We've got 3 people down, so this is Overpower's opportunity. Derek's got the baller and the power ball, and he's painting up to get them the sure footing that they
Another
need.
one's ready right now.
The Rapid looking for a pick on their only special holder.
It's okay.
Oh, and now they go down another 2 men.
Very solid trade against Quake and Nico. There goes Derek. Wait, what's this? Who's got that over there? Oh, Seguino, and it overshot him. Seguino had like a hammer, and it overshot Savage here by a second. And oh no! But can we see if anybody can actually try their best to do something about this?
We can see that Ink2win is opting not to go push forward with their power ball. They're maintaining the paint as they need, and this
last 4 seconds.
This decision makes it so that they don't enter this game with another power ball, and with all these people going down, they can use that ball just to end that overtime. So that was
it's over now.
That was a nice decision on the part of Ink Control.
I'll say, Ink Control has been having some very nice, solid plays at the moment. So, it's actually kind of functional for them. But now, currently we're gonna probably go on to the next map, I suppose. That being said, that map being Splat Zone's Gobi. Very solid map, indeed. I know about that. So, hey Stellar, what do you think you know about Gobi Arena and Zones?
Gobi Arena Zones is probably one of the most balanced modes that can be on Gobi Arena. All the other ones can be particularly hard. Trying to go through the tower control checkpoints are really congested in between the high ground and the low ground. The Rainmaker pushes, one is usually the most viable, but both of them have to be pushed against only uninkable areas, which makes a lot of those hard without at least a 3 to 4 man wipe. So Gobi lends more to its Gobi Zones lends more to its design as an enjoyable map mode.
It's a very enjoyable map mode, very all around for all the weapons and specials, especially for custom Hydra. Matter of fact, it's a very popular weapon there. So I just would expect JM here to actually run custom Hydra. Yep, I knew it. I knew that he would run it. See, I can read people's minds based on map choices. Yes. We can also see here that Sabrina's running the vanilla mini Splatling. A very common choice, matter of fact.
Alright, Savage here on the hoop, looking for a pick but isn't able to find any. We've got In Control flipping the zone in their favor and now taking a very early lead with only the Hydra up to have anything to say about it on Overpower's side. They've got a lot of bombs, having every single weapon choice on In Control side to have a lethal bomb, to say the least, and Savage has now found 2 picks on the members of Overpower, which means they're going to be able to take that zone into 50 points.
Very nice very nice picks from Savage right there indeed. But, another pick on Nico here, and being taken out currently by Seguino. It just had a very nice fall off mechanics right there. I like seeing that in particular.
All right, Derek was able to paint enough to attain a Booyah Bomb in that hectic push in, but unfortunately it
Overpower
isn't enough
needs
to
to actually
cap
do something
that zone
about it.
alone. They're able
Come
to
on.
cap. They're able to
Come on,
turn into
Overpower.
neutral and cap it before they
Very
kick
nice cap.
those points down to 2 points. And
Very
now
nice.
it's their opportunity to push this, to push the zone into their advantage.
Very nice push back in. Well, now we need. But yeah, that was a dog.
Muted for a second to make sure my dog knew that she didn't have to do callouts for this particular round. Overpower maintaining control of the zone even in death, but Savage able to turn it around in their favor without any kind of worry.
It was a very nice turnaround, I'll say. We can see here, two down on Overpower currently.
Okay, we've got 3 down on Overpower, with the mini Splatling being the one that needs to put their footwork into paint in their areas.
Right. Overpower currently doesn't have like enough time to actually cap the zone back. They need to have a little bit more map control on this point.
These Tenta missiles are going to have to go out sooner rather than later, but with 2 people down, this might be the end for them.
This might be game for In2win, but that's game. Nice ones. All right then.
Alright, we've got a 2-0 victory for In2win, and we're going to be moving on to Game 3.
That's kind of rude. Accidentally clicked on something.
Did somebody leave? Okay. It looked like on the screen somebody left for a second, but I was mistaken. We've got Tower Control and Starfish main stage, and we've got somebody DCing in the lobby.
This is why I want a second monitor, because for some reason I have to go straight over to my laptop in order to actually read the channels on Discord. Jesus, am I so clumsy. At this.
I'm not the only one that sees this, right?
Not the only one that sees what? What the hell?
Somebody in Overpowered DC'd, right?
Oh, Jesus Christ, the Guino.
So,
I don't know.
Well, since it happened in the lobby, they're going to be able to opt for instant knockout, as long as they don't leave.
Wait, instant knockout? What do you mean?
They get a replay.
Oh, right. That's right. I thought it would be some other rules for a second. But okay. I think too much about other tournament rules, if you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there's so much other tournaments out there to actually be doing stuff, matter of fact.
Yeah, so we can take a moment to just look at the comps they have going on. In Overpower opting to stick pretty heavily with what they played in the earlier rounds, but we've got Overpower opting to stick with what they got, and then In2win deciding to bring in a Dynamo Roller, perhaps.
I think so, or maybe it's probably a little bit of a meme if you know what I mean.
They did
hammers.
They did opt to not mess with it too much, and since the lobby DC'd already.
What are these two doing? Okay. I'm having. Okay, I'll admit that that was kind of a little bit of a fun one right there, if you know what I mean.
Oh, I thought I switched the score to 2. I must have messed that up. Okay, so it's 2 in favor of In2win.
Yes. At this point, maybe.
And then game 3 is going to be Tower Control on Starfish.
Okay. Derek. Okay, now this time for reals.
With the speed at which Savage hit that check mark, I think they picked and sticked with the dynamo for that one.
But yeah, I'll expect a good amount of dynamo from them, actually. Matter of fact, if it was, it would have been a little bit better if it was actually Kenta's dynamo. I mean, you would have a Booyah Bomb in order to actually throw out the tower, but I think actually Ink2win also had some another weapon there to actually back them up. I don't know if it was like either a Kenta Pro. I think they did have one earlier.
For Ink2win, the Kenta Pro was being played by Savage. So if they are sticking with their dynamo, it's not a meme pick. They would be dropping their Booyah Bomb in favor of armor, which wouldn't be a terrible thing to have, as armor assistance is always greatly appreciated.
Yeah, a little bit of protection would be fine at my part. It's if you know what I'm saying, that is.
Oh, right.
Mostly for most of the weapons.
We're moving on to game 3.
Alrighty. So, game 3, Starfish is tower control. Let's see. Now let's see what the real comp is. Okay, Seguino is using Kenta undercover currently. Each team of Kenta undercover, matter of fact. It's a pretty neat choice from each team.
It's meta.
Okay, now I just figured out that it was a meme from Savage because he went back to Kenta Pro.
Yeah, Savage choosing not to do her Pantheon Diamond Roller. Don't actually know if that's a thing or not. I'm just messing around. But we've got 2 people going down on Overpower, with a third being taken out behind that bumper. So Ink2win is going to be able to sit at this next one while taking out their last player too.
Well, this could be a good amount of like take on maybe mostly Ink2win, because right now they have most of the lead right now. Overpower's 2 down, and even so, they're currently trying their hardest for Ink2win to actually try their best to push it over. Very nice defenses with the Booyah Bombs.
Lots and lots of nice defense, but if they're not going to be able to find any of these picks, they're going to be able to keep on pushing into that tower. The charger goes down, and the Kenta is doing Kenta's doing a lot of work to maintain that checkpoint. Pushes it down to 25 points.
This is the last 13 points on the tower, and we need to have Overpower to actually see if they can to try to. Well, that's game actually.
All right, GG's Overpower. Ink2win is going to be taking that with a 3-0 victory.
Pretty nice matches, I'll say so myself. Well, as they say, for every loss, there's always a way to improve. So we could see what happens later on. Alrighty. Wait.
What's going on?
What the hell?
Okay, they finally kicked us out. Well, that's an easy way to get everybody out, because otherwise you have to sit there and wait and make sure everybody's transitioning in. So speaking of transitions, I'm going to go double check and make sure my dog's not going to do any more call-outs really quick. And I believe we're going to transition commentators as well.
Alright then.
It was fantastic to be able to. I believe this is the first time we've even met, Ingex, so it was really nice to meet you. And
my God, not again!
Well,
not again, please!
What's wrong?
Please, don't say the X like a letter. Just say it like it sounded this way. Jesus Christ! Yeah!
My bad. It was very nice to meet you, and I'll be looking forward to any other commentary work we do in the future.
Yeah.
So we'll be transitioning into a break really quick. Would you like to say goodnight to the viewers?
Alrighty then. Peace out. peace out, everybody, and stay hydrated. That's all I gotta say.
Hello there, everyone. Welcome back to A&G Gaming's Ink2win 10th edition. For those of you that do not recognize my voice quite yet, I am K-Bot. Of course, Stellar is also the other one on the mic, getting some stuff set up behind the scenes. We have a treat up next for you. We're going to be looking into the winners finals match right now in this double elimination bracket between In Control Splatoon and Enlightenment. So we just saw In Control take the 3-0 win over Overpower. And now we'll see what Enlightenment has to show for us here.
All right, and both of these teams have been giving us some really nice sets. We were able to dip in and watch Enlightenment play against Sketch earlier, and that was incredibly entertaining because they played a really nice neutral game. It went back and forth, and it was anybody's game. With Enlightenment clearly eventually taking the victory oversketched. But now we're going to be moving on to splat zones on Kelp Dome.
Splat zones on Kelp Dome, going to be interesting indeed. And one of the things that first that I personally note here is I don't think Raze is much of a Charger player. I could be completely wrong in saying that, but
You've been doing
I know
some
he was
pretty nice
practicing
work
it a little
tonight
bit
if he
earlier.
isn't.
Yeah. In any event here, we're having both teams rush in the middle. That's 2 down on both sides. 2v2 right now in the center of the map. Raze trying to hold back and try to get a couple of picks, but not quite going to be able to find those as In Control goes ahead to take the first cap.
With 2 people going down In Control's side almost immediately, it's incredible, but with the way that the Kelp Dome zone toggles over, it's not terribly surprising. It takes forever. So we've got the baller coming out on Enlightenment's side, and that exploding on the zone is able to put on the pressure and cover it up, but it doesn't cap it quite as much.
Yeah, it looks like that Stingray there was primarily focused on taking out Raze there, making sure that Charger was no longer much of a threat. But the rest of the members of Enlightenment were able to push forward and cap that zone. So now they're going to go ahead, take down, probably take the lead here as In Control tries to set up their offensive and pops a couple of specials in the process. We've got 3 specials now coming, 4 specials actually, all 4 coming out from them to try to take the zone back. But it's not quite going to be enough as they're going to go 3 down.
Oh, unfortunately, this Rapid Blaster is not going to be able to get the baller or any of the picks that they need to cap the zone, and now Enlightenment is going to be capping this, or counting down past 30 points on this.
Yeah, Enlightenment here looking pretty good for themselves at the moment. In Control, trying to scramble, get their specials ready, and push forward. The baller coming out from Nick, going to get a kill. We'll see here. Looks like Enlightenment still going to maintain control of the zone. Z is going to pull out the Stingray, try to get a pick, but is going to go down to the counter ray, and that is going to be game. Enlightenment pretty handily taking that first game.
Pretty handy indeed. Oh, it sounds like we just got a donation as well. So we're going to be having a prize pool for this stream. Trying to see. It doesn't look like there's a notification for it in chat, but it happened nonetheless.
And why don't you read out what it was?
I don't have it available to me because of the way my ops is set up. So I'm going to be opening up and see if I can get some StreamLab alerts from a different obs really quick.
Well,
it was just mentioned to me in the commentator chat that somebody donated.
Gotcha. While you go about doing that, we're going to go ahead and take a look at this next game between these 2 teams. The next game is going to be on Tower Control New Albacore Hotel. New Albacore, kind of an interesting one just because of its kind of spread out variety. Generally you like to see Sting run a lot of Tower Control maps, but you might not see as heavy of an emphasis on, say, Albacore as you might on Walleye, Walleye being a really long, skinny map, whereas New Albacore being a lot more spread out, a lot more flexible and open for these members. But in any event, we'll see what these teams offer for this match.
Okay. So, Lovely G, since I don't have the notification present for me, our man in charge G is going to be giving a personal thanks to the donator early in the evening when he has the ability to do so. We're running a little bit, running with a little bit of good faith as our main organizer isn't here tonight. So thank everybody for your patience today. So we're going to be moving into Tower Control on Albacore. Definitely a backline heavy map if there is any to be had.
Yeah, indeed. And it looks like we see a lot of long range coming out from both teams here, being, those custom dually squelchers, sorry, not custom edition, and a K-Pro and a Rapid actually coming out for In Control. But In Control actually going to go ahead and take the majority of the middle of the map at the moment. Of course, now Enlightenment going to push forward and try to push some of them back as they try to take the tower here, but no members have really gone down as the ton of missiles come out for In Control.
As you say that we've got 2 people going down in control side, with the third going down very shortly, we're actually experiencing a team wipe, which means Enlightenment is going to be able to take the tower to this first checkpoint.
And it looks like they're going to have a pretty easy time clearing this first checkpoint, as none of the other members of In Control are there to challenge this checkpoint and the tower at the moment. But here comes Savage with the Booyah Bomb, going to go ahead and get popped to throw. Misses the tower, though, unfortunately gets clipped by that little edge, but the Stingray comes out nonetheless to hopefully end the push there for In Control as they try to regain some control of the middle of the map.
Alright, Enlightenment has 2 people go down, and that seems to be enough to tick that tower back almost all the way to mid. We've got painting for territory happening. We've got the Stingray on the side, clocked down and ready for Raz to initiate any kind of push, but they've got 1 person down, so this might be a defense Stingray if we see it come out anytime soon.
Rays here are going to try to get a couple of picks, but unfortunately not quite going to be able to do so. But In Control not fully being able to make a push here. CMO going to go ahead, pop baller, try to push some of the members of Enlightenment back as Savage hops on this tower and approaches this first checkpoint. But Jared does go down there for a moment. Rays is getting thwarted back by Quake at the top, but at the moment, still having a little bit of trouble clearing this first checkpoint.
Nice.
Is In Control. Looks like they are going to be able to do that. Of course, I say that as the Stingray comes out. Stingray duel and Z's does indeed go down, but that'll allow In Control clearing this first checkpoint, and now the game is very much tied at the moment.
In Control is maintaining a lot of momentum now, with CMO getting a really nice direct on the tower earlier that saved their life, able to push this tower past 56 points. And 2 people going down, but the pro finding more picks, or the Kenta shot finding more picks on Enlightenment, giving them just as much of a staggered respawn as they're experiencing post-push.
So what I think we're seeing a lot of here in general is noting that the frontliners of both teams are doing an excellent job of pushing forward on the other team's side and keeping all of the rest of the members of their opponents back. We've seen that both times on both of these decent pushes coming from both of these teams so far. And I think that's kind of, once those teams start to actually approach that area, their opponents are actually starting to break through that front line offensive and be able to thwart the push, likely due to a Stingray or another kind of special.
All right, we've got
so
3 people going down, 2 earlier and 1 just now, so In Control is going to be able to take this tower again. Struggling a bit with the tenon missiles to make sure that everybody stays alive, but they stay alive nonetheless. Savage popping a Booyah Bomb on their left. Unfortunately, their rapid goes down, and their K-Shot gets cornered, so they're not going to be able to gain any more points than they had achieved earlier in that opportunity that they were given.
Tower now going to go ahead and reset to the middle of the map as we still have a fight very much in Enlightenment's side. And now it looks like they've thwarted that and are going to try to push forward here, get some more map control, as Enlightenment are the ones that are currently down at the moment. They just need to push a little further to take that lead, but haven't quite been able to do so yet. Quake going to go ahead and approach, but is going to get taken out. That Stingray is going to look for some picks from Braze, is going to go ahead and get one, but CMO, all the meanwhile, going to use that Rapid Blaster on the tower. Not quite going to be enough to take out the rest of the members of Enlightenment, though.
Ooh.
This is looking to be pretty close here from both these teams.
Quake goes down, but we've got the clutch Stingray coming in to make sure that this game isn't quite over for them yet. The Booyah Bomb comes out and finds Savage, though, and they're going to take that points down. Oh, and they get the snipe on him right as they take the lead.
Yeah, that Stingray there unfortunately only found one of those members of Enlightenment, so they were able to maintain their positioning around the tower to dodge that Stingray and make that push a little further than possible. I don't know what the other members of In Control at that moment were doing, but nonetheless here, In Control looking to go the reverse here with this overtime push. All Enlightenment needs to do is step on the tower for this to end. But here comes that GG Ray, of course. Z's going to go ahead and actually take out Ray's.
Oh, no. So the Stingray popped down for Z, and they had that in their pocket before the overtime began. They were waiting for that opportunity. They took the Stingray out right away, but they weren't able to take out the man just to the left of that Stingrayer. So they were able to swim up on that tower before it got past that checkpoint area and make sure that even though they had clocked down on their specials and gotten the GG Ray out of the way, that In Control wasn't going to be maintaining that overtime. Whew.
Yeah, so now Enlightenment up, Jared doing an excellent job of securing that game for Enlightenment. Enlightenment going to go up 2-0 in the set so far. We're going to move on to our next map. I don't have the map list pulled up. Where is the map list? There it is. Winners round 5. We're going to be going to Rainmaker on Sturgeon Shipyard. What do you think about this one, Stellar?
Rainmaker, I was talking about it earlier with like a bunch of the different pushes that you could do on Blackbelly. This is one where you have 3 different options, and I think that variability always makes this one a little less predictable than people usually anticipate it for. The favorite push being the far left through the choke. The safest push for some times is the far right push, and the most risky but most rewarding push definitely being the one on the sponge. If I were in control in this situation, I'd definitely lean towards taking more safer, more controlled pushes, so that they could if this were up to you, what do you think your intuition would tell you?
What my intuition would tell me about how to take care of Enlightenment. I will say overall, and this is not to discredit Rays or Z's so far, but I don't think we've been seeing a battle of the backliners in this time around. It's not that they're not helping their team. They're more of, so far of what we've seen, they've been kind of more of Stingray bots. But what I think right now that we're kind of witnessing is who is being around the frontliners or the other weapons, not just the anchors. And I think that's what's at the moment securing Enlightenment the win. But we'll see here what In Control brings to keep their winners bracket hopes alive in winners finals at the moment. Winner of this set obviously goes on 2 grands, but here we are hopping into this game.
All right,
40 actually going to go ahead and pick up
spicy armor
Ends up
pushes from
85.
CMO right away as this game starts. Not opting to go for the instant pop, letting that go to Enlightenment, and having Savage go down right away. So they're going to probably be shifting towards defense positions in this waking moment.
Yeah, it looks like Enlightenment has a very good control of the middle of the map at the moment. 40 going to go ahead, pick up the Rainmaker, and start running with it. That Stingray going to come out, try to get a couple of picks, and Enlightenment actually making a really good blitz push at the moment. Members of In Control finally going to call him out. 40 going to pop around the corner, but is finally going to go down, not at only 19. Nick, though, is still here. That Booyah Bomb opened the door all the way to 7 now, the base of the pedestal for that push coming out from Enlightenment. And with an early blitz push, they're looking pretty good so far in this game.
That was intense. They had the Stingray going on Enlightenment's side to give their entire push that extra support and extra chip damage. You had seeing some painting on flanking on the side, but it didn't come quick enough to keep any damage coming to their points as they pushed that all the way to 7 in the first minute of this game. So In Control is going to have to put in a lot of footwork if they want to get to a game 4 in this situation.
Yeah, In Control there, smartly letting the Rainmaker reset back to the middle of the map, not forcing themselves to push through Enlightenment, but now they have a chance to make a push themselves. It's not quite going to be as fast of a push, I don't think, as we saw earlier, but the Rainmaker is going to go down to that Ink Storm, unfortunately. Not quite able to capitalize on the 3-down situation. Now complete wipe that Enlightenment, no, sorry, I have my colors mixed up, never mind. That was In Control that went 3 down and then got the wipe. Enlightenment was still alive there at the moment. Ray's going to go ahead and pick up this Rainmaker, try to shove it further down the throats of In Control, as the rest of the members of Enlightenment are going to try to pressure the rest In Control back, but Z's going to go ahead and get a nice snipe on the Rain.
Alright, we've got a 3v3 going on with more people going down on In Control's side. Doesn't look like they're going to be gaining the upper hand anytime soon. And NZAP over here with the Burst Bomb bursting that shield, with the Sticky Bomb bursting that shield, and just painting away and making sure they get their armor in time to support their team's next push.
So if I were in control here, I would really be trying to push forward, get Z's. First of all, get Z's in a better position so that they can go ahead and make the snipes necessary to try to keep the members of Enlightenment at bay. But at the moment, they just really do not have any semblance of map control right now. Enlightenment still maintaining control of the middle of the map, and they really know that they're not in a position where they have to push forward. They have a very solid push and lead under their belts at the moment. It's In Control that really needs to start getting stuff done, but they're just not being able to do so at the moment.
This might be their opportunity to do so. They've had two go down. The only person that has any presence in mid is going to be this Charger player. And Quake of In Control is going to be sharking there, looking for an opportunity to even move them back even further than they already are. The Stingray opting to head back so that they can keep their Stingray for this upcoming push, but two people are going down. Luckily for them, their K-Pro finds the kill on the Rainmaker really quickly, though, and now they're only the Charger players up for In Control.
Nick there taking the smart conservative play and just waiting for that Rainmaker to approach him before going ahead and just killing it, opting for more of the Shark option, which you like to see, especially playing that conservative game when you are this far ahead at the moment. Enlightenment going to go ahead, push up, and really not let the members of In Control even think about popping this Rainmaker. And Enlightenment now going to go ahead and pop it, probably going to pick it up and just hold on to it for a little while, hold on to it for as long as possible. But 4D doesn't really have much of anywhere to go. It's going to get trapped down here under these grates and is finally going to go down to, it looked like, Quake there.
All right, we're clocking down the last 30 seconds with a bunch of people going down for a green team side. This is going to be their time to shine. They're going to need to charge up these specials and get some pushes going. Now with the pro down, they're going to have one less special to worry about in this upcoming push. And this might be the opportunity that they need to shine. There's only the Dooley Squelchies left.
CMO going to try to put in work here. Jared tries to get the pick, but it is going to go ahead and go down to that Rainmaker shot. Splat Bomb coming in is going to pick off CMO. Z's going to try to get a pick or two with this Stingray, but I'm not quite sure that he's going to be able to find one. Quake still in the position, though, to pick up the Rainmaker as the rest of the members of In Control go ahead and respawn, but Enlightenment, all the meanwhile, is pushing forward, and In Control not going to be able to pick up the Rainmaker in time. Enlightenment takes Game 3 and the set of winners finals here. So one thing I think I'd like to mention about that last In Control push is kind of why it might not have exactly worked out in their favor. When you were looking at that push, CMO picked up the Rainmaker fine, but there wasn't really anyone around CMO to help paint. Obviously, the Rainmaker is fine for painting a long, narrow path, but when you're trying to maneuver it, especially like out of the bottom area there of Sturgeon Shipyard where there's grates and everything, when you're trying to, paint up walls to try to get up, the Rainmaker is not the best weapon. CMO didn't have the team support on that push to keep going. And I think, granted, the rest of his members were trying to, push back the members of Enlightenment, try to get the picks on them so that they had the flexibility to do that sort of thing. But in some cases, that might not necessarily have been the best option.
Definitely. I think with the man-down situation that In Control actually had, that could have potentially been a good opportunity to pull the sponge push, as the last person up was the Dooley Squelchers that was on that far left side. The only debatable thing about that is pushing that sponge with just the Rainmaker and with all the people on your team that far behind you would definitely put you in a 3-1 situation, so you'd have to be fast as the speed of light and hope that nobody else aims well enough to knock you out before you can get that 7-point push. But other than that, potentially could have been a very solid situation for them that unfortunately just played out the way it did. So cheers to Enlightenment, a really good game on their part. And
cheers to Enlightenment, indeed.
We'll be looking forward to watching what they have for us in grand finals when we get to that. So,
We're actually about to hop into our next match. So, taking a look at the bracket so far, we haven't really talked about losers bracket much yet. In the last round, Ascension just beat Sketch 2-0 and Kanai just beat Azure 2-0. So we're actually going to be Overpowers hopping down to face Ascension, and now Comet and Kanai are going to play each other, and I'd like to see if we can try to hop into that match.
alright, a friend code has been received. I'm going to transition to a screen that's probably not correct right now to take care of that. What round in losers are we right now?
This is losers round 6 or the 5th round, because Battlefy starts with round 2 for some reason. Because Battlefy is... Wait a minute. Personally, I'm not 100% sure what maps we're supposed to be playing. Because there's
nice,
actually
my
only
favorite.
7... Well, you see, there's 7 rounds of losers bracket, right?
Mm-hmm.
But Battlefy says the first round is round 2 and the 7th round is round 8. So, and our map list has 8 rounds in it. So, we're going to go ahead and make sure that we have that all squared away. As we go ahead and hop into this match, hopefully.
Alright, I got the pass, no worries. Thank you very much. Yeah, I'll make sure that we've got the maps worked out. Might be helpful to pop a ping. Unfortunately, our man Ace might be out for dinner. But either way, it looks like we're going to be using the map list that starts out on Splat Zone's Moray Towers.
All right. If the teams are just going to go ahead, then I am fine with just going ahead. So let's see. Map list. Splat Zone's Moray Towers for round 6. So they are just following the exact thing, and that's probably the right move. All right. Splat Zone's Moray Towers. Nobody likes Moray Towers.
Nobody likes Moray Towers. I can't. Nobody likes Moray Towers. Do you like Moray Towers? Have you like? Did you like it in the first game? Did you have the first game?
Yes, I had the first game. Wow, did I have the first game?
I didn't know.
Personally, I didn't really like it a whole lot. Then again, I'm not exactly the competitive player, so Stella, why do people not like Moray Towers?
Moray Towers is too tall. It's too tall in the places it doesn't need to be too tall. It's too narrow in places it doesn't need to be too narrow. There's so many weapons here that people like to play that are just put at a disadvantage. Like, if you're anything like me and you play a backline, you love Splatling, you can hardly run Splatling here at all and have a good time.
Especially on, say, Splat Zones.
Especially on, say, Splat Zones where your mobility is even more restricted as you can't move and get different kinds of high-low ground advantages. So, we've got our team here, Comet, opting to bring in an E-Leader, which, if it has a home anywhere in Splatoon 2, it is definitely on Moray Towers. I think almost regardless of a bunch of map modes. So, and they've even opted to bring a Tenterbella too, which is not something I see terribly often on Moray Towers, as its mobility is kind of just as painful as running Splatling. But that wall is powerful nonetheless.
Yeah, Tentabrella definitely an interesting pick. I wonder if the strategy is to just kind of like move across from zone to zone here in the middle of the map, try to be more of a nuisance in each zone. But nonetheless, the strategy at the moment not quite working out for the members of Comet as Kanai goes ahead and takes the first cap of both zones. But of course, as I say that, Comet going to go ahead and strike right back, capping both zones in their favor.
Yeah, an interesting pick for both sides seems to be that both people are bringing juniors, seeing a lot more love for this weapon come around as these play on too, and they're using it to their advantage to pop those mini burst or bomb rushes that people love so much. Comet's team, however, going 2-man down, but they're not being shy about it as all, as they still maintain their position in this snipe area and take out somebody while they're at it.
Yeah, indeed. Comet, all the meanwhile, going to be holding on to these zones. Doesn't quite look like that the members of Kanai have their specials fully built up yet in order to make a push back in. Comet still holding on to these zones, much to the dismay of Kanai at the moment. Kanai finally going to go ahead, cap a zone. Legend going to pop hammer, try to get some work done in the other zone, and they are going to go ahead and cap both.
Alrighty, Kanai's going to have to put in a little bit more work if they want to undo the lead that they had pushed into 20 points. Neppy clocking down on that Stinger, going to be having it very soon. But they've got the Kensa shot going down in the enemy team's overlook, and with all of the specials coming out on their side, they're going to have a little bit of trouble maintaining both of the zones.
All the meanwhile, Comet going to go ahead, take back both of those zones as now one down situation on both sides. Kanai trying to look for a spot here to get back.
Alrighty. Comet recapping the zones in their favor. We got this very mobile, very aggressive junior pushing up and flanking yet again. Looking to antagonize their backliners, but the zones are not painted in their favor at the moment.
Zone's going to go ahead and get capped by Kanai. Kanai now looking to set up their defenses. Neppy has that Stingray at the ready to try to get some work done with it to push the members of Comet back, but Comet here trying to look for an opening, trying to look for a gap to get back in. Ink Armor doesn't really look like it's going to do a whole lot in pushing back in, but they are going to get a little bit of paint to try to start contesting these zones.
All right, they've got to take care of this Tenebella, but they've got 2 down on Comet's side. As long as they maintain this zone, they're not going to have too much of a point hit. The bubbles come out and Comet maintains their own, but the hammer comes out and it does a lot to push back this Tenebella that has been giving them so much trouble. Unfortunately for Kanai, they are going to be able to cap these zones and hit them with a pretty hefty penalty, as they were just clocking pretty close to getting the lead for themselves.
Looks like the members of Kanai are pushing back in at the moment, and they are going to go ahead, take both zones. Both of the chargers at the moment are going to go ahead and go down. Actually, I didn't even notice that Comet has an E-leader. Of course. E-leader, decent pick on Moray. You know, obviously we talked about chargers being prevalent in this, but Kanai actually, all the meanwhile, going to hold on the zone, and right now approaching the lead. Chargers are going to get enough paint on zone for Comet at the moment, but not quite going to be enough to defend against the members of Kanai, who are also painting the zone. Ace going to come in with that Tenebrella, like I said earlier, and those bubbles, going to go ahead and cap both zones for Comet, enforcing that penalty on Kanai with only 1 point left to go.
1 point mean indeed. Now Comet's pushed up almost entirely into their base as well, and that might have been a lost opportunity inside of Kanai. E-leader finding another pick on one of their players, and with another one going down to a bomb, the Chargers aren't going to be able to paint those zones alone. So this game, as the clock ticks down, is going to be going to Comet, and I am going to be fixing up the scoreboard.
And probably the map list screen too. In any event there, Comet going to go ahead, take game 1. Very close, back and forth game. Hopefully you all enjoyed the radio broadcast there. Unfortunately, with some technical difficulties on our side, but we're going to be hopping into the next game to Tower Control on Inkblot Art Academy. So,
Alrighty. Not quite that one. Tower Control on Inkblot, I think, is my favorite game mode to play on this, outside of just playing with playing it on zones. Definitely one favored by having that Stingray push ready to go.
yeah, so we'll see here what interesting picks that Comet has for us. You know, Comet being a primarily Japanese team. I don't think I've mentioned that this time around, but and Kanai being one of the teams that made it into the playoffs of the somehow insanely stacked Division 2 from Leagues Under the Inks season. But we're going to be hopping into this game on Tower Control Inkblot. Stellar's going to show you all some gameplay, and we're going to hop into this.
Yeah, Stellar has the gameplay up. No worries this time. Alright, we still got these team packing their lovely little juniors. Definitely a welcome sight on my side. I'm not sure how you feel about them. We've got the armors coming up already. Comet's going to have a 3-man down, so this Charger is going to be moving back to make sure that they can prep their team for some much-needed defense in this situation.
Yeah, so Kanai going to go ahead, hop on this tower. Looks like they're doing an excellent job of keeping map control and overall pushing the members of Comet back, but that Stingray is going to go ahead and force the members of Kanai that were sitting on the tower off of the tower. And so that push is unfortunately going to stop, even though Comet goes 2 down as well. So Kanai going to go ahead, still have plenty of map control for the moment. Actually, interestingly, that Tenebra also coming out here. We'll see if that hammer does anything, but doesn't quite look like it's able to get picks yet. It's going to go ahead and get one. As Comet goes ahead to take the tower, or at least a reset back to neutral, looking to take a couple more, or maybe a little more map control here. Don't seem to necessarily be occupied with that at the moment.
Alright, this hammer's going to go down in a hammer fight on the side, and Kanai's going to get a lot of people down. This is going to be their time to shine again. They've already broken through this first checkpoint, and now that with the 2 people that were picked off by Legend, they're going to be able to push it closer to this next checkpoint as well. Fortunately, we've got some trouble going on at the towers. They're not able to push it up as much as they would like, and they suffer a full team wipe.
Yeah, Kanai going down there in that situation, that's going to allow Comet the time to hopefully push forward, but Neppy going to go ahead and get that snipe onto one of the members of Comet. Is going to go down, though, as Inumara goes ahead to take their perch on the tower. Hammer going to come out from Ace, and that's another wipe onto Kanai, so they're going to be able to clear this first checkpoint and hopefully get a little further, taking the lead in the process of doing so, as Sho goes ahead to build up special and armor for the next team fight.
All right, the Tent taking out the Sploosh player on Kanai's team, so that means they're not going to be able to have a hammer for defense either. Seeing a lot of great plays on Comet's side, but their junior is going to go down, and with the man advantage down, they're also going to have hero go down. But they're still pushing this tower nonetheless.
Indeed, here, Sho finally going to go down. 3 members of Kanai are on the tower, but Ace is going to go ahead and bring out the hammer again to see if they can do anything about this. Legend also going to go ahead and pull out the hammer, is going to go ahead and get Ace. Nice little hammer exchange there as Kanai goes ahead and tries to reset this tower. Sho finally also going to get taken down, as well as Inumaro is the only one left for Comet in an offensive position.
All right, and with the Splooshes special count being so low, they're already ready out to pull out another hammer again. It finds 3 people. goodness gracious.
The
And
war of the hammers in this match so far.
so, with the specials being taken care of, with the advantage being taken care of mostly on the side of this Splucious special, the hammer, not be able to very easily charge Stingray to support them on this push. Unfortunately, Kanai is going to go down 3, so Comet is going to be able to take care of this next couple of plays.
Lots of members being taken down there by that pretty clutch Stingray, stopping Kanai 1 point shy of the lead.
Ooh.
Kanai needs to regroup themselves real quickly here and try to push forward with only about 40 seconds left to do so. He's going to go ahead, pop out that hammer.
Neither of these teams have a checkpoint to their name, so it's just a matter of who has the tower in this next 30 seconds.
Kanai going to go ahead, try to look for the push again. Inamaru in a good position here to get picks on the tower. Sho going to go ahead, pop Ink Armor so the members of Comet can push forward. One of the members of Kanai is going to go down. Joseph also going to get forced off of that top plat area with only 13 seconds to go. This is not looking good for Kanai. Comet here likely going to go ahead and take this game. Stingray going to try to get a pick or two. Legend going to hopefully hop on the tower and force overtime, but is scrambling to do so. Is going to go ahead and do that, but none of the members of Kanai are there to support them. Of course, as I say that, the other two jump in. The GJ Ray comes out. Can they stay alive? Neppy is staying alive somehow at the moment. I don't know how Neppy was still alive, but finally going to get taken out by Sho. Oh, so close.
Neppy, the
so
Shark
close
and
for
Charger
Kanai.
over here, when they were 2 down, were actually like maintaining good control. The Tentabrilla came and had found them and was going to be pushing up on them, but Neppy chucked a bomb that took him out and left to take out another person with a Stingray right after that. So I was really, really hopeful on this for Kanai in that situation, but unfortunately they weren't able to have enough people pushed up in time. So we're going to have that be a 2-0 for Comet side.
2-0 in favor of Comet indeed. That means that Comet is going to move ahead in our losers bracket, facing the winner of Overpower and Ascension, which is currently at a 1-1 situation.
Mm-hmm.
Going to be interesting to see who comes out on top of that one. Of course, we'll have Comet versus the winner of that match up next.
Alrighty. And with that, I'm going to take a brief intermission just to work on some technical things on my part. So I will see you guys very shortly. All right, K-Bot. I got some
What's
map modes all fixed up for you. You ready? See?
Sure.
All right, let's transition into this bad boy. I did it. First, we're gonna have
Nice.
Starfish Clam Blitz. Let's go. I popped in early today. So when I got home from work, I made my dinner and I opened up OBS and I sorted everything out and got the map modes ready. I set up rounds early, so I have round 1, round 2, round 3 all set up as scenes. And then we had a lot of people join, and then we had more map mode lists. So I'm like, oopsie. So we have Comet versus Overpower in Losers.
Comet versus Overpower in Losers, indeed. Comet, coming off of that 2-0 victory over, crap,
Kanai.
I already forget their
Kanai.
name.
It was Kanai.
Kanai. It was Kanai. All right. Yep, doing great.
Doing
And
great tonight.
Overpower coming off of a 2-1 win over Ascension. So
Nice.
both these teams coming in here with maybe a little bit of momentum, a little bit of a chip on their shoulders, hoping to make it out of this set to face In Control.
Alrighty. And face the winner of In Control, indeed. We've got, I believe, if G mentioned it correctly, a $40 prize pool for the winner for this particular tournament tonight. So they've got that to look forward to. But what they don't have to look forward to is Clam Blitz on Starfish, which is probably one of my least favorite clam matches. Map modes that exist in the entirety of Splatoon 2.
What's so bad about it?
It's not as bad now with the adjustments that they made to Starfish after they put it under construction. Still not one of my favorites nonetheless. Just having a lot of those fights in the pit is not always my favorite, and then on this one in particular, it always seems to me that when I'm focusing it on one side, somebody's always sneaking in on the other side, and it's just like, it's like you're playing some kind of ridiculous juggling game.
All right. Well, in any event, I imagine. I mean, we saw in the last 2 games that we had with Comet, their composition was generally set. They had a junior, they had a tent, and they had a charger.
I believe a K-Shot as well is the last one you're looking for. K-Shot being the go-to aggro come this meta after Blaster's getting knocked out early in the game's lifetime and Dooley's taking close second place in that run as well, and because we're living in a Tentamissa meta nowadays.
And in a lot of cases, you know, Tentamissals probably aren't going to get you picks unless you know your opponents are in a really sticky situation. A lot of times, it's more about forcing them away for a moment. You know, forcing your opponents away for a moment, letting yourself push forward, and you know, regain territory or make up for lost ground. Whatever the case is, it's more about making your opponents move than it is about getting kills. So,
Definitely.
maybe the worst killing special in the game, but still has its use nonetheless. Being Tentamissal.
I remember one time I was watching Tomo at the time experimenting. They played Tentamissal weapons and they popped 4 Tentamissals at the same time and absolutely nothing changed. No picks were had. Some paint was gained and then painted away immediately. I think it was a game.
But that was also.
I think it was a game on Wahoo World, so it might have been like the worst place to experiment on it with how big and open it is to just avoid missiles in the first place.
But that also would have had to have been before like patch making them a little bit better,
It was
right?
definitely Tomo wasn't around by the time Ten of Missiles was meta.
Right.
They weren't around for Ft-Win, so
Yeah.
entertaining nonetheless. I
Right.
wonder if you did a push like that, or you played 410 missiles weapons and popped them at once, if it would do anything significant. I think if you were to coordinate 10 missiles, you wouldn't want to do them all at once as much as you'd want to do one after the other.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because then you're forcing your opponents to move, and then you're forcing them to move again, as opposed to forcing them to move once, basically.
That'd definitely be interesting to work around, at least for comedic purposes. I'm gonna keep that in mind.
In any event, we're going to be hopping right into this first match, Clam Blitz Starfish main stage between Comet and Overpower in our losers semifinals. And of course, Tenebrella, I see a Charger, and I do not see a Junior this time around.
No juniors, you're right about that. Comet opting to not play junior in one of the places that it would be arguably a lot more meta. Although when I do see juniors come out on Starfish in particular, it's the custom one, and it's usually with the custom junior on zones in particular. But perhaps that's an implication that Comet is paying attention to the picks that these people choose to go for in terms of weapons, and forming their comps around that as well.
But, you know, the other thing with that in mind is they are going to go ahead and bring out a Slosher Deco without Baller and an Ink Brush. Of course, as I say that, at least two down, they're coming out from Comet as Overpower goes ahead to push forward and gets a little bit of an early lead. Nick going to go ahead, pick up a couple more claims, try to put some more in. As trying to draw out this push as long as possible, but I think that's finally going to be the end of it. 51, cutting their points in effectively half here, is Overpower. Is now Comet in a situation where they need to regroup, get some more claims going, and here comes that Ink Brush with that Power Clam.
All right, but their buddy right next to them goes down. That Slosher Deco isn't going to be able to live too long, and they're going to be pressured by this ball. They're going to take a bit of a swim, unfortunately for them. As now Overpower has the reign and the manpower to maintain the control that they had started off this game with.
Yeah, Derek here going to try to shark around and try to make himself as least known as possible, while the Pity Clam is going to go ahead and get picked up by Comet. Hammer's now going to come out from Sagarino on Overpower, see if they can try to get any picks from this. Doesn't look like quite going to be able to. Is going to go down to the baller here. As actually Ace goes ahead with a Tenebrella to throw a Power Clam in. I assume that Brush is going to be not far behind. There's the baller as well. The other Power Clam comes in. Another baller just trying to push the members back of Overpower, but unfortunately not looking like they're going to be able to get any more clams out of it, as that is a wipe. One clam shy of the tie. 2 clams short of the go-ahead lead.
I saw that Brush running in. They had a counter on 9, and I was just like, they could do a lot of damage if they were allowed to move with the freedom that they prefer. Luckily for Overpowered in that situation, that was not the case. But unluckily for them, their Splatling goes down, which means they're not going to have the eye in the sky that they might like. So they're going to have to put some footwork into maintaining this control as the bubbles come out.
I will say a couple of members of Overpower might have overextended themselves there a little bit as they went ahead and went 2 down, allowing the members of Comet to go ahead, push forward, and take control of this middle of the map. They have another Power Claim built up, and Joe's going to come in with a baller. That is going to be a jump, but it doesn't quite look like they have the support at the moment towards that basket. It doesn't look like they're going to get much more than just a little bit of a penalty decrease off of that small push there, as they do go 2 down, and that should allow the members of Overpower to continue pushing forward and building up clams.
All right, we're going to need to see a lot of work. If they, Comet needs a gun. Comet painting enough to accumulate enough clams for a power ball, but Overpower doing the same and taking a lot of men down with them. We've got two people on each side of the team, but this Charger player is gonna go down.
Inamaru there for a moment, making plays before going down. Hero at the moment trying to defend this power clam for Comet as the members of Overpower are trying to push forward with these two power clams at the ready. Tenebrella not quite going to be able to do the work that they want. Jim going to go ahead, get a pick with that Splatling as now they push forward with that canopy. They are going to get one power clam in, but not quite going to be able to find a second at the moment. The other two members of Overpower there are going to go down to that brush, and that is going to be a full team wipe finally. So only another power clam coming in from Overpower. The match still very much even at the moment. Comet doesn't have that much ground to make up that they want to go ahead and win this. Actually, they really only need one football to get thrown in at the very last second.
The only thing either of these two needs to make sure that their lead is had is a single power clam, and it looks like that Comet is going to be able to take that advantage. The power ball goes in without enough of a counter, and now they're going to have to use this next coming pity ball to their advantage if they want to make this game happen in overtime.
Members of Comet setting up their defenses here at their base at the moment while Overpower pushes forward with these two clams. They only need to get one in to win, if my math serves me correctly. But now we have a fight at the middle of the map. Two of the members of Overpower carrying those clams are going to go down. That's actually going to go ahead and be a wipe. So Comet going to go ahead and take that first game over Overpower.
And first game that was, goodness gracious.
Back and forth the whole way.
Back and forth. I'm not terribly surprised. That's a lot of how the games play out when it comes to Starfish with the way that they have it constructed now. The pit they have down there becomes such a bloodbath if you don't just have a straight wipe going into there. You're not going to have a huge say on the pushes or the points that you can get. You saw a lot of situations where both teams had two or more balls going in, but because of the different kind of diversions they needed to have play out in order to get at least one of those in, the other person would usually go down on the way.
Yeah, and I'm wondering if that was perhaps some of the reasoning that Comet decided to take that triple baller comp in, just so that they could try to feed as many ballers in front of that barrier as possible with the hopes that one of them makes it, or at the very least, they can keep sending them in after a while to try to clear out the rest of the members of Overpower who are trying to defend that basket. But as we hop into this next map, we're going to head on to Splat Zones on Walleye Warehouse.
Okay, but are you implying that Comet's strategy in there was to feed to win?
I mean, it might not be that far from the truth. It might not be. I don't know. I mean, obviously, I'm no expert. But it could have been feeding ballers.
Feed to win. Feed to win. Feed to win.
Speaking of which,
the surprise overdog this entire tournament.
Final boss, feed to win.
They
Speaking of
the
which, though,
time.
2 weeks from tomorrow, Nintendo World Championship, or not the Nintendo World, I should say, live from almost E3. Day -2 or something like that at E3, but that is in the future. We've got a while to talk about that and worry about that. We've got this match now between Overpower and Comet to worry about as we've got our teams settling in here.
All right, we've got a Charger coming out from Comet's side and a Splatling coming out from Overpower's side. We still don't see any of the juniors we had seen too earlier, so perhaps you're seeing a niche pick in that category, but we've got some good picks nonetheless. Speaking of good picks, we see the Brush over there taking out that Kensa splatter shot, but without too much contention there. And now Comet's going to be pushing up on Overpower to maintain their early lead.
Indeed, here that Tenebrella going to try to work with that K shot up close, but is not quite going to be able to do so. Now going to work their way up mid as Sagarino goes ahead to pop the hammer. Going to see if they can try to force the members of Comet around, but that Booyah Bomb also going to come out and maintain that area on the zone. Comet here has their defenses hold for the moment, as now Overpower goes completely, or goes, against a full wipe.
Yeah, Overpower is gonna, with the way Waller has a setup, they're gonna have to do a lot of painting in order to get these specials in time. Derek popping the Puya Bomb to get the zone potentially painted, but unfortunately their Splatling goes down and they go down too. So they're gonna need some heavy plays if they want to get the zone in time, and with their last player going down in that zone, it doesn't look like they're gonna have the opportunity to do so. We've got just a straight 0 to 100 for Team Comet over here.
Yeah, Comet looking insanely strong right now. Was able to hold off a couple of team fights from Overpower, and that's what ultimately got them the victory. Didn't look like Overpower was maybe as coordinated as they might have liked to be. They definitely tried their best to push forward. They had the Tenebrella come out, and someone else was hiding along with that Tenebrella, but unfortunately for Overpower, not quite going to be enough to take over Comet, who's now going to move on to losers finals to face In Control. So we'll be getting that match right underway as soon as we can for you all. Been an exciting night so far. Especially seeing, watching Comet play, at least for the last little bit, has been quite fun, in my opinion.
This is the first time I've get to see them play. They have been terribly active in just the NA community itself for a while now. I remember being in a tournament, in a BNS actually, where they were set to be our first contenders, but we actually didn't even get the chance to play against them because their players were having the invisible lobby glitch, and they just had to drop that entire round, which was a huge shame. So,
indeed.
Very entertaining to see him play tonight. So I'm pulling up the maps to make sure we've got everything nice and underway. Our first map for this is Losers Round 8, correct?
This is Losers Round 8 indeed. So we're going to be seeing
Humpback Rainmaker is gonna be first. Probably one of my favorite Rainmaker modes in this game. Definitely one that a lot of people are incredibly familiar with. This Humpback is one of the first maps that modes combos that was in this game.
Humpback also generally one of, I feel like, the generally more liked maps in general.
More beloved map. It's definitely one of my favorites. I think one of the only exceptions being clams, as I don't have a terrible amount of favorite clam maps. But nonetheless, Tower Control definitely not being one of the more favored ones as well. When it comes to Humpback, but just it's a very unique layout with a very clever theme to its entire lookout. So definitely not surprised that it's a lot of people's favorites, especially if you are a person that plays sloshers or slosher deco specifically.
Yeah, indeed. So looks like we've got some friend requests being exchanged. Hopefully going to hop into this.
I did.
And we are going to be seeing a best of 5 set here overall.
That's the kind of stuff that I like to see. Let's go. Alright, I've got another friend request on the way, so let me take care of that really quick. Luckily for myself, I've done enough, like, to keep my list relatively clear of people that are inactive, so I've never run into the problem where I've had my list be too full. Because that's always
I think I've got a while to go until that happens.
I might be ticking up close there. I might have to do a little bit of cleanup not too long from now, especially with SNS coming up. But we'll see how that turns out.
Yeah, we'll see here.
So we've got Rainmaker Humpback, Clam Blitz on Airana, Splat Zones on Skipper, Tower Control on Manta, and Rainmaker on Schellendorf. I'm sure everybody's going to be super stoked for that one.
Rainmaker on Schellendorf. So wait a minute, hold on. Let me pull up this list myself. Humpback, Arowana, Skipper, Manta, Schellendorf. Okay. I was gonna say, like, it almost sounds like we're going from like the most beloved maps to the least beloved maps. Not quite true. Completely true. If Manta and Arowana were switched, then we might be.
Yeah, you think so?
Maybe.
I
I don't really know 100% for sure.
Schellendorf isn't, when it comes to Rainmaker, isn't really one of my least favorite modes when it at least comes to competitive play, because I feel like you can still play that with a relative amount of strategy and stuff. The thing that a lot of competitive people like the least is Schellendorf clams, just because of how like abused like run speed and range and like playing an ink brush can be.
Yeah. So hopping hopefully into this very shortly. Looks like we've got our players hopping into the lobby at the moment. Hopefully we should be able to join momentarily here. Losers finals? Is that where we are already?
We're in losers final, baby.
Losers finals. All right.
Clocking in on the long run here. And
we're getting
I
there.
am clocking in on these images as I need to set up a best of 5 screen for this particular map mode. So we're gonna transition into that. I bet I messed something up. I had the 2 Rainmakers up and I had the clams, and I just guessed where the Splat Zones and the tower went, so I'm gonna be rolling up on that map mode list to see if I guessed correctly. Here. Okay, I guessed correctly, but those are not the right maps.
Not quite.
They're in the
heart. Event,
the heart's there.
I think we're about ready to hop into this lobby here.
Oh, I'm still waiting on Comet to get in there. I'll be looking for Quake on
but
my
I'm
list.
Still not in the lobby. I think.
Oh, there! I've spotted somebody. Sniped! I did it.
Sniped. Lobby sniped.
Okay, Skipper Manta.
Oh my god. I was hitting the A button and the B button and the A button and the B button, and then I hit the B button twice.
No! Well,
that's unfortunate.
Either way, I have placed myself in this ink control lobby, so you can pop in whenever you're ready.
And I'm going to try selecting the right lobby this time. All right, there we go. We are off to a fantastic... oh my goodness.
Papa G's going to be real proud of what we got accomplished tonight.
We are getting there, folks. We are almost there.
No, I put it on the wrong one.
First map, Rainmaker Humpback. Hopping into this. 3rd set in a row with Comet, which I am not mad about.
Me neither. Alrighty, I've got the best of 5 screen set up before it begins. Who's proud of me? All right, now I've got to pop into studio mode and make sure that the scoreboard's all right really quick. Who the heck is this? It's in control. It's in control. I got it before you even had to answer me.
In Control versus Comet. In Control being the team that lost to Enlightenment in the winners finals not too long ago. And Comet, of course, being on a steamroll rampage at the moment.
Just leaving a ink bath in the losers final bracket.
Leaving the hammer trail.
Oh, you're right. Lots and lots of spicy hammers in the last couple of days. Or days. Could you imagine if we've been doing this for days? I'd probably already be dead.
Oh my goodness. Someone say ink or sink. Anyway. Hopping into this match. Looks like we're about ready to start. Let's see some gameplay here. Rainmaker, Humpback Pump Track, In Control versus Comet. Losers finals of Ink2win 10th edition, and of course, Tenebrella coming out from both teams.
Oh, wouldn't have a game in this meta without it. That pop immediately goes to In Control as they have the bomb power to do it. Inamaru over here is looking for a snipe to support Hero, but it doesn't look like that snipe is necessary as this Slider Shot Kenta Pro goes down.
I've been laughing so far at watching this Tenebrella 1v1. Finally, CMO goes ahead to take out Ace. They had like the exact same strategy the whole time. So they just kept having their canopies run into one another. But now Savage going to go ahead, pick up the Rainmaker for In Control as they're going to go ahead, try to push up this right side. But that Stingray is going to go ahead and come out and going to go ahead and take out Savage in the process. Going to 64, not the greatest push on this map so far, of course, as now Comet goes ahead to pop the Rainmaker and is going to look to get some control of the middle of the map.
Alright, it's Comet's turn to make a push now, but unfortunately their tent goes down to Savage, who they took out earlier with the rain. She's going to find the Rainmaker herself and get that sweet, sweet revenge. And now In Control is going to be maintaining a lot of this control as they look for another pick on this Inkjet and find it.
Still a two-down situation, though, for In Control. They weren't comfortable with pushing up those two members that were alive, and Comet still has effective possession of the Rainmaker at the moment, kind of on their side of the map, and it was in their color, but they are going to go ahead and just let that reset, let the barrier reset, as In Control now has all four members alive and are looking to push forward to try to pop this thing and get some more map control. CMO pushing forward with that Rainmaker, but Inamaru going to try to hold the members of In Control back as they're going to go ahead and pop this.
All right, Comet got the pop. They've got the Stingray ready, and they're picking it up as that tent goes down, one of the main contenders that would keep them away. This Splitter Shot Pro goes down in mid as well, and now they've got to deal with Savage, who takes them out before they can do anything about their 64-point lead on Humpback.
So he's now going to go ahead, pop the Rainmaker for In Control. They still have large control of this middle of the map. They're probably looking to make another push here, but not if Ace has anything to say about it with this Tenebrella canopy. Sho going to go ahead, maybe try to pick up a Rainmaker. I'm not sure if that was intentional swimming by it or if it wasn't. But in any case, Comet going to go ahead, pop the Rainmaker again. They're going to go ahead and go for a push right off the bat, taking the lead. Of course, that wasn't that impressive, but they are going to go 3 down in the process to that Stingray.
Yeah, Ace on the side of Comet doing an outstanding amount of work with that Tenebrella. They essentially soloed that push, enabled their teammate to get over that corner for that push. They even grabbed the Rainmaker just now and push it to even more points. Although when it comes to Humpback pushes, that's not an incredibly comfortable lead. So if at any point either of these two teams are able to do anything about this very even game, they're going to be having a huge point lead.
Yeah, so you know what? I think what Ace was trying to do with that small little push there was just stall just a little more. Because if they hadn't gone ahead to pick up that Rainmaker, one of the members, I think it was CMO that was right there with the Tenebrella, could have just easily picked up the Rainmaker and started trying to push forward as well. So I think the largest part of that was the stall factor. All the meanwhile, though, Savage going to go ahead, push this Rainmaker forward as now much in the same position that Rainmaker was on the other side, but not going to be quite enough to take the lead back as they just keep running it back and forth to the same spots.
Yeah. Unfortunately for Ink Control, Comet is going to be able to drop that Rainmaker down from that ledge, so that even though they had a good man advantage in that moment, they're not going to be able to undo the points right away. But Quake doing a lot of work over here, and we're going to have this Tenta meandering towards that pedestal, letting this Rainmaker walk up and take the knockout victory. And that is game 1 for Ink Control.
I will say, like, in that position with everything that was happening there, Ink Control, or like popping that Tenebrola canopy and just letting that follow the Rainmaker, anything Comet was trying to do was effectively rendered useless. They were too far enough away, that Tenebrola was covering the Rainmaker at the proper angles. Just everything was covered. They couldn't do anything about that.
Mm-hmm.
They just couldn't.
And
so great stuff, great teamwork and collaboration coming out from Ink Control. In that first game, we'll see what Comet has to respond with as we go to Clam Blitz on Air 1 on the moment.
Yeah, if we saw Tenebrella's just in that first game, we're definitely going to be seeing him here, as that big shield definitely maintains a huge amount of control in yours or any enemy's closed area. So I wouldn't be surprised if teams started bringing out 2 at a time.
Between the closed area and that those grates that are walking right up to that barrier, Tenebrella definitely going to come in handy for both of these teams, but we'll see who can make best use out of it and whether they'll opt for the hammer or the bubbles in each of these cases. But nonetheless, we're going to hop right into this game. Ink Control up 1-0 in the best of 5 sets so far.
Alright, we've got the tents on 2 sides. It seems that one team definitely has a preference for the camo tent, one definitely has a preference for the vanilla, and both are pretty solid kits. And either way, we've got the 2 tents mimicking each other's strategy as they both paint the other's side of mid. And Ink Control builds their first ball and takes out the ink brush while they do it.
Bunch of specials coming in now for Ink Control, but they are going to go 3 down in that process. Z's being the only one alive with that Stingray. Nothing, though, really is going to happen. Hero's going to try to run in and try to grab as many claims as possible. Is going to go ahead and have enough to build up the football, but knows that going ahead to try to run in is not going to work out in their favor at the moment. Savage going to try to push the members of Ink Control in that closed area back with splat bombs, as now we have a scramble in the middle.
Hero definitely making a lot of work out of that clam graveyard earlier. And now with Ace pushing with the bubbles and with the ball, they're going to be able to put in all of those hard-earned clams and get the first Powerball of this game.
First Powerball, but unfortunately not much else coming out in that push from Comet. Ink Control doing a decent job of cleaning up the rest, of course. So that push not really going to go much of anywhere at the moment, as Ink Control tries to build up a couple more claims for themselves.
Alright, Quake opting to hang back from their team in order to grab this pity ball. They're going to pop 10 missiles to get the members of Comet scattered. However, they have to push back a little farther than they might have preferred, but with the Stingray coming out, this might be their chance to get a couple more points in on their lead.
And it looks like they're going ahead and do so. That jump also going to come in. Z's going to go ahead, throw that second power clam in, and that is going to be the lead for the moment. But those 2 power clams looking to be the only ones that get in. All right, Savage going to go ahead, throw some in. Quake also going to join, and here comes a jump. Might get another, not quite going to be able to do so. Z's actually coming in, gets another. So altogether, a fairly strong push there coming out from Ink Control that just continued to last.
It lasted indeed. That charger walked in with, it looked like 9 clams ready in their pocket, but unfortunately for them, their charger is just as much of a sure shot as them. They denied them the ability to push that past 39 points. Now we've got 2 people going down on Comet's side, so they're not going to be able to maintain the Ink Control, which means they're not going to be able to maintain a lot of the clam control either. Despite
And
the odds,
clam
though,
control.
they're managing 20 points in the form of 2 Powerballs right now.
Clam control, something that Comet definitely needs at the moment as they are down. And in control, looking to make another push here. CMO, unfortunately, not going to be able to get the pick on that rush from close range. But Comet still 3 down. That's going to probably allow Quake the ability to come right up and throw this clam in. Savage going to try to get a couple more in. Pop this Booyah Bomb, trying to get a couple more clams in. Or actually going to go ahead and pick up the Power Clam. All right, I respect the Power Clam decision there. But now the members of In Control still ticking away at this barrier with these clams. CMO, the only one alive at the moment, is going to be forced to jump out there. Still a great push coming out from In Control, but not quite enough to go for the KO. Still a small chance of comeback here for Comet.
All right, they're going to have their pity ball at the ready, and they're going to be making some footwork to get this mid painted. I think one of the biggest contenders for paint on In Control's team is going to be this Tenterbrella, so if they can find a worthy counter for that. Unfortunately for them, their opposing Tenterbrella goes down on that ink line, and without any extra support for that baller, they're going to be able to pop that and just pop the brush in general. So that push is dead on arrival.
So I'm not an expert by any stretch here, but what I think I'm seeing here is I'm watching a composition coming out from Comet that doesn't have a lot of paint involved, and doesn't have a ton of range, all things considered. And In Control's just doing a really good job of overall exploiting that. Ace now going to try to stay alive in this corner. Show hopefully going to pick up this Power Clam and jump in as well. And Morrow unfortunately misses the throw there.
No!
That's gotta hurt.
That might
if you're
cost them
Comet
a
at the
push.
moment.
Unfortunately,
Definitely costed them a push.
cost them a push in the moment, but in the wake of that, 2 people had gone down as well. Luckily for them, they were able to maneuver their clams enough to make sure that their Powerball didn't die. So Hero might have the opportunity to move in with this ball before the overtime ends for them. But their baller weak.
But I will say, unfortunately for Comet though, even if Hero gets in, they're probably not going to have a lot of clams to support a push coming in. Hero, unfortunately, going to go down to Quake there. Show not going to be able to pick up that football in time for overtime to end. And now In Control going up 2-0 in that set. Like I said, I think that was largely a tale of not quite enough range and not quite enough paint coming out from the composition of Comet. And like I said, In Control just able to, further exploit that. And able to take the victory there.
Transition into that map mode list. Well, it's lucky on the side of Comet that this is a best of 5, as we're going to be moving into Splat Zones on Skipper Pavilion. I don't see any reason why anybody would put a tent away on this map right away, but if you were to shake up any of the comps of this team, what would you expect from either of them? What would your predictions be? Do you think we'd have a return of a junior?
A junior actually might not be the worst pick in the world. I think like a Kenso junior might be helpful, but if I were Comet, based on reacting to the last couple games, unfortunately it doesn't look like they took a lot of time to discuss that, but if I were Comet, I'd probably be looking to bring out a K-Pro, something that can paint, something that can get kills from afar, something that can try to force back the members of In Control, because that's the hardest thing that they're doing right now. CMO actually going to go ahead, looks like switching over to that Kensa undercover, so no Tenebrola coming out from In Control at the moment. We'll see what that pays out for them here. Mini Splatling as well coming out from Comet. So like I said, a little more painting power hopefully coming out from them, but that brush as well. Also going to try to hopefully go around and get some picks as Comet goes ahead to take the first zone cap.
Oh, he's going to knock off that Charger's armor and make sure that they don't get the position to have any power over Comet's side of the map, as having that Charger in mid, controlling where you move in your own high ground is incredibly powerful on Skipper Pavilion in general. So not a terrible decision on the Brush's part in general, allowing them to have a nice comeback in this situation. And see
In
there
control, in a decent position here, defending the zone. 2 members of Comet on both sides. And Mark going to go ahead and get a nice snipe onto Z's, rendering the backline at the moment useless for In control. But they're still doing a good job of holding on to this zone at the moment. Ace going to come out, though, right now with a Tenebrella and a hammer, looking for a couple of picks, but doesn't look like they're going to be able to grab them at the moment, as In control still has that timer ticking down for them.
They toggle the zone in their favor now as Ace manages to find a pick with that hammer and throws that shield up in order to help support the baller that was painting the zone. So they knocked a 50-point penalty onto In control, but now they're going to have to work together and get some specials and paint control in if they want to make another push happen.
I want to see the Tenebrella come in and push again, but I also want to see a couple more members of Comet push forward along with that Tenebrella, because I think, that Tenebrella was almost onto something there for a moment, but unfortunately members of Comet just weren't able to get set in time. Tenebrella, of course, as I say that, going to go ahead and get taken down by the Stingray and other members of In Control. So In Control tearing through their entire penalty, looking for the knockout here real quick.
No. The Charger found a huge pick on the other enemy's Charger in that moment. Oh, but the Comet's gonna manage to paint over that zone in the last second that they needed. So now they hefted a 60-point penalty onto In Control's side, and they've got the opportunity to play this out in their favor.
Indeed. And now, of course, In Control just going to take that back with another Booyah Bomb at the moment. So, with about 2 minutes left in this game, Comet almost had a strong defensive, almost had the ability to form a strong defensive hold, but not quite going to be able to at the moment. The timer's still ticking down for In Control. 10 missiles coming out, some of them going to zones. He's going to try to paint the zone, but a couple of members of Comet going to push from this top area. Baller going to come out, try to take care of the Stingray. But the rest of the members of In Control going to be able to do that. Hero not going to be able to get any picks with the Baller or Ink Brush, as Show tries to come in with that mini Splatling, but not quite going to be able to do that. In Control going to hold onto the zone and take the game in a 3-0 victory over Comet.
Yeah, in that final push, the specials were coming out on In Control's side. I was camming the brush in those final couple of seconds. They popped that Baller and decided instead of popping it on the zone, they wanted to go for that Stingray that was sort of soloing in mid as they pushed past the Baller to take care of all the other members of Comet that were pushing ahead. So that decision to not paint the zone denied them the opportunity for that penalty they might have needed, and I think that ended the game for them.
So the room is going to remain up for the moment, as In Control now has to go up against Enlightenment again. Of course, rematch of winners finals. I had a train of thought and I lost it. There was a train of thought there. Yeah, so Enlightenment beat them 3-0 earlier, but hopefully maybe different set, different maps, etc. can get us going here with this next game. I think it might help us to go to a very brief break.
Agreed.
Maybe.
I'll
as we get
transition
things
into a
settled.
BRB thing really quick.
Take a breather. Don't go anywhere, folks. You won't want to miss Grand Finals coming up next.
All right, we are back. It is grand final time. How you doing, K-Bot?
I'm doing all right. It's been a fun night. We've seen a lot of sweeps tonight.
Lots of sweeps,
But-
lots of flubs. Mostly on my part, but it's okay.
But just because we've seen sweeps doesn't necessarily mean we haven't seen interesting games. And
Definitely.
unfortunately, we've had a couple of technical difficulties so far this night, so you guys haven't been able to see all of the games that we've seen. But nonetheless, they have been exciting to watch and interesting to watch nonetheless. A lot of these sweeps not necessarily being washes of games. In many cases, only coming down to one or two team fights that really, differentiates these two teams in each of these games. But looking ahead here, what do you think Ink2win has to do against Enlightenment to take this?
I believe, if I'm correct, we were able to see them play earlier. So a lot of the games that were played that we saw against Enlightenment played out well when the opposing team got an early lead. As Enlightenment runs really well with some good momentum throughout the match. But if they're able to clock in some points really early and let it play out like that, we could see a lot of these games play out in favor of Ink2win. As I say that, we're popping into the first checkpoint on the side in Ink2win's favor. They've got 3 down on the side of Enlightenment, but luckily for Enlightenment, Nick is able to snipe down the Tower Rider and make sure that they don't break that first checkpoint just right away.
Indeed, here Ink2win trying to continue this push forward. As CMO still going to hop on this tower, not quite going to be able to clear this checkpoint yet. Savage, unfortunately, not going to be able to get back to the tower to clear that checkpoint, and is going to go ahead and get taken out by that Stingray. So, nice defense coming out from Enlightenment, taking full advantage of that checkpoint. New to Splatoon 2, of course. But Nick now going to try to hop on this tower for Enlightenment as they try to get a couple more picks and push forward.
Alright, we're playing some neutral game in mid now as people are accumulating their specials. Enlightenment's ticking down on theirs one by one, with the Stingray coming in close second. They've got the Booyah Bomb in their pocket ready to support their team as they get to this next checkpoint. With 2 people going down, they might be able to handle this checkpoint really well.
And the other thing that I didn't quite get to mention earlier about Enlightenment's comp, it's a double dualies comp, but I wouldn't say it's like a general double dualies comp, right?
No,
You're
these are
seeing the
very
Glugas
unique.
come out, and you're seeing the dually Squelchers come out. It's kind of like, what? Okay. I mean, obviously they know more about the game than I do, so I'll trust them on that. But nonetheless, Enlightenment going to go ahead, clear that first checkpoint, which is something that Ink2win wishes they could have done earlier and are looking to do here again. Inkarm are going to come out from then. Jared's going to try to sneak around back as 2 other members of Enlightenment are down in the process. Basically a delayed 3-down situation for them. CMO unfortunately going to get taken out by a bomb there, but Savage going to be able to hop on the tower and clear that checkpoint, take the technical lead.
Woo!
As Ink2win goes down 2-0 and Enlightenment can push back forward.
Alright. It's the momentum that really does them well against the team that is Enlightenment right now, but Enlightenment pulling up the momentum of their own. Unfortunately, they're going to have a counter Stingray coming in very shortly as they didn't get the pick on him in that early point. They're not going to be able to clock in the lead with that specific push. But Raze sneaks behind their splatter shot, but unfortunately gets found. They're not able to... But Nick, surprising everybody, pops his little feet on that tower and they get that technical lead that they had just lost. So this is a very, very back and forth game.
Very back and forth indeed. I think it's largely going to come down to who can try to get past this second checkpoint. If you get past this second checkpoint, I think it's going to solidify the game at least for the moment. But unfortunately, Ink2win can't quite do that at the moment. They're going to be forced to clean up a couple of members of Enlightenment. Z's going to go ahead, pop that Stingray, and the Booyah Bomb is going to come out from Savage. A 2-done situation for Enlightenment as they approach this second checkpoint, but they're probably going to need to go through a whole other team fight before fully clearing this checkpoint. Bombs coming out to tower, one going down, and actually checkpoint went very fast here.
Right.
So Ink2win riding this around the bend here.
This is the play that makes or breaks games. A lot of these Wahoo towers are made on the first checkpoint. When you break that second one, it's incredibly difficult to make these go forward. But luckily for Enlightenment, they've got the first checkpoint broken. So if they're able to get enough people down on their side, they can take this lead back before the time runs out.
Indeed, here we've got 40 seconds left for Enlightenment to get a push forward, but Ink2win really doesn't want that to happen. As a matter of fact, it looks like they're going to go ahead and jump back and prepare for the defensive, allowing Enlightenment to push forward. You know, an interesting strategy here, but hopefully that plays in their favor. They do have a checkpoint to work with. All Ink2win has to do is get picks and stay alive, which is kind of the name of the game at the end of the day, no matter what mode you're playing.
But Savage
nonetheless,
with a nice flank. Oh, Nick pops the Booyah Bomb, and that armor keeps him alive, but he's going to need to stay alive if they want to keep this control. And he does find a pick, but now he's got to live that GG ray against 4 people.
Oh.
We've got 3, like, almost the entire team just bundled up in that entire area. And you'd think that'd give you the advantage, but you've got that Stingray coming out. And with CMO popping on that tower to make sure that that overtime doesn't last longer than it needs to, we've got the first game going to Ink2win.
First game going to Ink2win, which is definitely not what we saw last time we saw these two teams play just about an hour ago. But interesting stuff to see here, nonetheless, coming out from these two teams. And, you know, of course, some of that has to do with a last second scramble that goes on in your mind. You know, you've got a GG ray coming at you. How in the world are we going to be able to defend this? I don't know for sure if the members of Enlightenment knew that CMO, like where exactly CMO was. I assume they had a general idea, but at the end of the day, they really needed to try to pinpoint CMO, take him out. And that way they weren't going to get threatened with overtime just ending. You know, they could take their time away from the tower for a little bit, wait for that GG ray to move away, and then try to hop back on. But unfortunately not able to do that and are going to go down in that game as we move to our next match on Splat Zone's Moray Towers again.
Splat Zone's Moray Towers. Oh, man. Do you think we're going to see as many tents as we had seen earlier?
My guess is probably not.
This was the place that we saw all the juniors come out.
Yeah, the juniors and Lieutenant Burrows.
I'm not sure if juniors are the name of the game that these two teams play, so... since both of these teams run Chargers, I'm not even surprised that this man's bringing out an E-liter. And let me transition so that you can see that specific E-liter.
Custom Explosher. Yeah, there we go. Transition's always nice, but Explosher also coming out from Raised on the back line of Enlightenment. You know, Explosher are going to be able to paint these zones pretty effectively and hopefully just be a general nuisance from the top for Ink2win to take care of. They're going to go ahead, though, and cap both of these zones quite quickly. Enlightenment looking to do much the same there for a moment. But most these zones very much in neutral positions at the moment as both teams have a couple of members going down on both sides.
All right, now we've got the members of Enlightenment pushing up. Raze hanging out underneath these people's snipes so that A-leader can't get into any kind of comfy position to give their team any kind of disadvantages. Supporting his teammate 4D to be able to jump in as well, but now Nick's going to have to deal with Savage over here as they're clocking in on a Booyah Bomb.
10 missiles and the Ink Storm coming out along with the Booyah Bomb now. Excellent coordination and use of all possible special paint coming out from Ink2win in order to push back forward and take those zones without a tent umbrella, unfortunately. But now Enlightenment looking to answer right back, quickly painting both of those zones back and are looking to take care of their penalty quickly.
Alright, Savage finds a pick on that end zap, but gets stuck in the zone as it gets painted out of her favor. Now is he going to be cornered by all these members of Enlightenment and taken out as she tries to get bearing on her situation and get away from all this enemy fire. In Control, though, is going to be clocking in on a bunch of these specials and going to be able to pop it for some pushes soon.
But hopefully they're in a position to get that offensive going. And of course, as I say that, they're going to go ahead, pop 3 of their specials on these zones. Let's see if this use of specials can be just as effective last time. That Booyah Bomb is going to go ahead and take out Raze, and they are going to go ahead and get the cap as 3 members of Enlightenment going to go down. So they're going to clean up the 4th. Effective delayed wipe there as the members of In Control push forward to try to defend their zones against Enlightenment here.
Alright, with no penalty on their side, this is definitely going to be playing out in their favor as long as they get the picks that they need. Quake looking to get something, but unfortunately they've got the armor on. So Nick is going to be popping this Booyah, and they're going to be painting these zones over back into blue and clocking a penalty of their own for In Control.
Man, you know, every time we watch both of these zones get capped, they're so quick.
They're so quick.
Like, you just see both of these zones get capped in almost an instant. And it doesn't matter which team does it, whether it's In Control or Enlightenment. But I think at the moment, Enlightenment is doing the overall better job of defending these pushes on the zones, and that's what's netting them the game at the moment. But In Control, hoping to do something about that, as now 3 go down for Enlightenment. They're going to be able to cap the zone again. This could be the lead, especially if Savage takes out Raze. Unfortunately, not going to be able to do that, as Raze going to go ahead, pop Baller, tries to sneak into one of these zones, and does go ahead and get Quake in the process.
Oh, CMO's doing their best to paint that zone. Unfortunately, Jared's going to be sneaking behind them, so they have to focus on different things. Now we've got 2 people going down In Control, and Savage looking to just make sure that the footing is sure so they don't go down as well.
Yeah, so Enlightenment there, saving themselves from In Control taking the lead, and are looking to extend their own lead at the moment. But here come the specials coming out from Enlightenment, looking to coordinate them just as well as they were doing last time. 3 members coming up their side or into the zones, but unfortunately that special coordination not quite going to work out as they had planned. And Enlightenment going to be able to hold on these zones, probably going to be able to take the game here as it keeps getting neutralized and going back and forth. Z's going to be able to cap that other zone on the other side, trying to go through that Booyah Bomb, not quite going to be able to do so. And Enlightenment going to go ahead and respond with a win in Game 2.
The control that they maintained on those zones was solid no matter which team was doing the capture. Unfortunately, In Control wasn't able to cap in that final push, so Enlightenment took the victory there. Now we're going to be moving on to Muscle Forge Fitness Rainmaker.
Muscle Forge Rainmaker. I don't know what the last time I've seen this map played was. I'm going to be honest.
You saw it in the last Ink2win, silly.
I mean, yeah, you're probably right. But that was a little while ago.
It was also one of the maps where I believe a team knocked out in the first 30 seconds. So if you didn't remember that flash by, I wouldn't be totally surprised.
So if I didn't remember, it's because it was like a split second of time.
It was probably one of the quickest games I've ever had to commentate. But that's usually how Rainmaker games go. But when we're in grand finals like this, you can't expect them to play out quite like that, as a lot of these people have solid stance on what they need to do and where they need to be. This is a stage where a lot of people go down to that pop, though, because you have to. A lot of people who want the pop go to mid through those grates, and if you're just a little too close or a little too far, it can nab a lot of people. Just not too dissimilar to how people get knocked down on Mako Mark pops. So let's see how this plays out. We're going to transition into the gameplay. We've got Ink Control up to... No, that game went to Enlightenment, so I've got to fix that one up really quick. 1-1 is the current
overall. Score. As CMO still sticking with that Kenza undercover. And actually a Forge Splattershot Pro coming out from Enlightenment here, opting for those bubbles instead of the Booyah Bomb.
Interesting thing is, a lot of people have been opting to bring out tents if they're preferring a bubble push, but I'm looking forward to seeing it nonetheless. We've got 3 people going down on Ink Control. And...
Speaking of a game that might only last 30 seconds, it looks like Enlightenment might have almost done the same, but they are finally going to get taken out.
But they get the pop again, but they find the pick on Nick, so they've got 3 people down.
Speaking of games that might only last 30 seconds, that was looking scarily close, but...
Close. Oh, but we've got the Charger running up for it. They pick it up, and they don't get it, but they still keep it up there. That means their teammates have plenty of time to get back up there again, but unfortunately that splatter shot goes down in mid as well, so they're not going to be able to push it right up like they might have hoped. Maybe they didn't get the 30-second, but they could have got the 40-second, but there was too many people around and not enough for damage a Charger could do on their own.
Now, Ink Control doesn't have the time to breathe a sigh of relief, but I'm going to go ahead and do that for them. That was a scary situation to be in. Now a 2-down situation as well for them. So Enlightenment looking to do much the same thing earlier, pick up the Rainmaker, take it up the right side, but not if Savage has anything to say about it. They're going to have to be a little more careful as 40 is going to go down. I couldn't quite tell who that was to, though.
Well, they're going to go down nonetheless, and now Ink Control is clocking, and a lot of their specials, I hear the Booyah coming out, the Ink Armor has been obtained, so they're going to have a really solid push, but they have to watch out for all of these Sharkers, as that's been what Enlightenment's been packing the hardest. And as you could see, it paid off for them well with that Inkjet kill on the Rainmaker right away.
Inkjet to the face there is now a 3-down situation for Ink Control, allowing Enlightenment to pop the Rainmaker again, probably take it up the right side, probably go for another blitz push. But we'll see here what they wind up opting to do. That's actually a double kill with the Bubble Blower. Stingray also coming out as the counter Ray, and it looks like Z's is going to go ahead and win that, but all the while that Stingray was distracted by Rays, 40 was able to push that Rainmaker all the way to that pedestal, and Enlightenment taking game 2.
They didn't get the 30-second knockout, but they got the knockout nonetheless. So Enlightenment is up to 2-1 in this set, and we'll be transitioning into... What do we got next for us? We're going to be transitioning into Arowana Mall.
Arowana Clams?
Arowana Clams again.
Again, all right. So maybe we'll actually see a Tenebrelli. But nonetheless,
our in between games has just been us placing bets on how many tents if we see a model. we've got a commentator favorite in this series.
I will say though, I don't think Enlightenment is generally the team to pull out a Tenebrella. I could be proven wrong.
No, they definitely like to be more lightweight and mobile.
Yeah. Nonetheless, here, both of these teams, you know, the other thing we should note as well is Ink Control coming in from the loser's side does need to win twice against Enlightenment in order to take the tournament. So a no small feat nonetheless for them. As we're going to go ahead and hop into this game coming up between Enlightenment and Ink Control. Enlightenment up 2-1 in the set so far. We'll see if Ink Control can respond.
All right, we've got the tent on Ink Control's side, and we've got a brush on Enlightenment's side. So let's see what this kind of comp gives them in terms of advantages. As the tent can be really hard to deal with, but the mobility of the brush on maps that are long like this could be just as can have just as much of a say on how games play out.
Indeed, here also Jared opting for the Kenza duel. He is opting for that baller. Obviously baller being a strong weapon or a strong special to just push in and try to get a push moving for your team. But at the moment here, we've got both of these teams kind of opting to just take the patient game and go around picking up clams. I don't think the members of Ink2win know where Nick is, and surprise brush, but isn't quite going to work at the moment as we see these two teams continue duking it out.
All right, we've got 2 down on Lightman's side, and that tent is going to come out, but Razi's got a Stingray to answer for that. Taking out that shield is Tent's biggest weakness in this current meta. Making sure that his teammates have the opportunity to respawn and get their bearings in mid, and that green power ball isn't going to be hurting them anytime soon.
CMO going to go ahead, try to pop hammer, get these members of Enlightenment out of mid, but not quite going to be able to do that at the moment, as we're still at a much of an impasse here as this team fight happens in mid. Booyah Bomb coming in, trying to disrupt Disease with that Stingray, but not quite going to be able to connect. 2-down situation now for Enlightenment. Looks like In Control looking to push forward here. Quite going to go ahead, pop missiles, but nothing else is coming out to help Enlightenment get to the middle. Jared going to force CMO back from his Tentabrella canopy. Jump finally coming in as Quake finds a way in. And we're now seeing a couple of clams get unloaded. Decent push here coming out, and CMO looking to make a couple more in the process. Doing an excellent job of dragging out this push all the way to 38. So an excellent opening push coming out for In Control.
All right, but as Arowana game play out, the clams that spawn in your base are enough for you to get at least 2 power balls within the end of your push against you. Now, Enlightenment has the ball in the pity, and it looks like Watson's ready for this jump as Jared gets the baller ready for them to get it safely in. Their 2 power balls are going to go in and clock it to 60. But now Nick's going to need to get up there and get some clams if they want to keep it open, as he is the only one up there. But it looks like this clock is going to stay at 60.
So the interesting thing about that push was they had one baller coming in from closed, and they had another baller at the same time going up the ramp. So no matter which one actually made it, they would have a baller there to jump to. The problem with that, though, is that one of those ballers, the one going up the ramp, was able to easily go down and almost get killed, I believe. Or splatted, I should technically say. But they didn't have any further supporting clams beyond those first 2 footballs in order to throw in. So Enlightenment with a decent idea on getting in, but might not have had the largest push in the world, but are looking to build up a couple more power clams, might try to do the same exact thing here. They have 2 footballs at the ready, Stingray coming out and a baller as well. We'll see here what Enlightenment can do as Jared dies right up before reaching the basket.
Ooh, but I don't know what you see, but it looks like we've got DC on Quake's side. They have the lead here, so they have the chance to play this out and maintain the game that they need. And it doesn't look like they're opting to stop this gameplay, so we'll see how this works out for them.
If I remember correctly, according to the DC rules, I don't know that they can stop at this point, as we are beyond the halfway point. But it is a lot easier to maintain a lead as opposed to trying to steal the lead. That Booyah Bomb going to try to come in, force some members of In Control around. Jared going to try to come in with this baller, but CMO going to do a good job with that Tenebrella of preventing that from happening. Nick going to come in with that baller, and they are going to be able to throw a football in, but again, no supporting clams there. 40 going to try to snake around and try to get something done, but unfortunately not going to be able to quite find an opening to get in. So another decent idea on getting in, but again, no supporting clams coming in for Enlightenment.
Yeah, Enlightenment's got 20 seconds to do something about this DC advantage they have here, but with how hard it is to get elongated push on Arowana, that might be it for them. We've got the counter Stingray coming out, so now they're only 2 manned up, but they've got 2 picks on Enlightenment themselves, so they're going to have to get that ball in soon if they want this overtime to be something that they can work with.
Enlightenment, again, doesn't really look like they have a lot of clams at their disposal, and they are going to have their 2 enclosed go down with that football, which is the essential part here of that push. Ray's going to try to do what he can, but not going to be able to get there in time. In control, responding again with their one solid push and overall good defense in making sure that Enlightenment didn't have the clams necessary to make those large pushes. We're now tied at 2 in this set, making an effective best of 3.
Nice. I'd hate to see a round go down just because of something like a DC. In Control worked really hard and earned that really nice push, so I'm grateful to see it play out in a way like that. So we're going to be playing Gobi zones for our game 5.
Gobi zones for game 5. So again, not exactly the most fluent as far as competitive player is concerned, but for some reason I feel like in general Gobi has a stigma around it. Is there anything that's really bad about Gobi zones? Like, how do you feel about that map overall?
Gobi zones, because of the way that the high ground and low ground is set up, is not the easiest to push up on. If you don't get like a full wipe, you can't really take the hoop up to their plat. There are opportunities where you can go like straight up to their spawn and bully people if you wanted, but the majority of these games play out as like kind of a neutral game in mid. One of the best things you can do on Gobi is to run comps with lots and lots of lethal bombs on them, and when you do get the advantage, you spam them like crazy to make sure that enemy team doesn't have a lot of sure footing to be able to move up and paint like they'd prefer. But other than that, a lot of stalemate can come as a result of this, but also a lot of interesting games. If you're gonna ask me personally about how that goes, one of the games I remember the most was when my baby team played in Young Ink. It was a Gobi Zones game that I never forgot. So hopefully we can give you guys a game that you'll remember as well as we transition into Gobi Zones.
Gobi zones here, and another, I believe, Kenza Rapid Blaster coming out for In Control, as well as an Ink Brush and Explosion coming out for Enlightenment. So generally interesting picks in my mind. What do you think about these, Stellar?
I think if you were going to play the Kenza Rapid anywhere, it would definitely be the strongest on Gobi Zones, as it has that chip damage that does this map so well, and the torpedo that just solidifies way more damage as well. So definitely some good picks on In Control side, but we've got Enlightenment over here capping the zone and maintaining control, getting a 50-point lead before it's even contested.
Yeah, Enlightenment doing an excellent job of keeping the members of In Control back for a moment, and In Control had their specials really rendered useless there for a long while, but they're finally able to break through In Control's defenses, Enlightenment's defenses, and take control of the zone. So now In Control looking to set up their defenses for their own against Enlightenment here. We'll see what they can do.
All right, well, they're doing a lot and maintaining this zone, says they're clocking down and really getting close to that lead. With 6 seconds left, it looks like the specials that they coordinated earned them that 1-point lead. And we're going to see a lot of neutral game, like I mentioned earlier. Now the Kenza splatter shot goes down, and Jared's going to be painting, but as he's the last person standing, he's going to have to jump back. So In Control is going to have the chance to clock down on that 40-point penalty that they earned.
Yeah, so those specials on zone that we saw coming out from In Control earlier, there was a Stingray, there was 10 missiles. I think there was a lot of things happening there for a moment. Just able to hold onto that zone for a split second longer to take the lead. But I think their goal was to try to push the members of Enlightenment back or try to get, a handful of them down. But Enlightenment very smartly able to, stay back and wait for the proper time to push forward. Unfortunately, not able to hold on to the zone in that case, but now they make a push of their own, and the zone's going to trade hands back and forth, further establishing those penalties. And now In Control forced to take through another penalty here.
Yeah, In Control definitely being the man on top in this game in particular is their chip damage and stuff is really working out in their favor. Razi's popping the baller in the zone, doing what they can to paint for their team, but it's gonna... Oh, but it is going to go down to this Kenta shot in mid.
Yeah, Ray's kind of caught in a unfortunate situation there. You probably don't want to be facing any weapon head first if you're an Explosher. Just not a good position to be in. But nonetheless here, In Control still has control of the zone, looking to try to extend their lead at the moment as they have a couple specials come out. But if we know anything about Enlightenment, we know that their specials are typically on point, and they are going to go ahead, cap the zone, and establish another penalty on an In Control, which they seem to be doing quite a lot of, but they can't quite just find their whole team in a good situation right now to cap the zone and defend it for a long while.
This game definitely playing out with a lot of mid-neutral game, as this isn't a map that is favorable to any kind of team that likes to push up. So
here we are, Nick, again.
We've got two
trying
down.
Trying to go around to get a kill.
2 down is on In Control's side, but now 2 down on the part of Enlightenment, so this is going to be In Control's opportunity to maintain their lead. They've got the baller popping on one side and the Booyah Bomb on the other, and Kenta Pro that was up in mid isn't going to be able to contest that too much.
And here we are now, In Control, looking to try to extend their lead again. I imagine Enlightenment probably has their specials almost ready here to make a push, another push on his own, but Z's going to go ahead, pop Stingray, try to get a couple of picks here. Booyah Bomb coming out from 4D, but is it going to be enough to cap the zone? Nick also going to come in with a baller. They still don't have enough paint on zone. They are going to be able to cap it and force that penalty, but again, they go 2 down and they don't quite have the ability to defend their zone at the moment. And the members of In Control just doing an excellent job of pushing up, getting the picks they need to keep Enlightenment from taking the zone for a long period of time.
All right, and it looks like they might have the chance to knock out this zone before the timer clicks out. No, yes, no, not anymore because they popped that zone to neutral. But In Control maintains their control over the situation and has now turned the set into a reversal. They're now gaining. I'm not using that terminology.
You said it was like a question.
I know.
In Control now gains control of the situation.
What?
Maybe?
Who?
I don't know.
Did they? Somebody's gonna correct me at some point.
No, they did go ahead, take that game. They are up 3-2 in the set. They need one more win in the next 2 games to force a bracket reset set, which would be kind of unprecedented, in my opinion, judging by the fact that the last set between these 2 teams was a 3-0. So good stuff coming out from In Control. But nonetheless, we'll see if Enlightenment can win these next 2 games to take the tournament outright, heading next onto Tower Control on Manta Maria.
Now, if we want to talk about tents again, I'm not sure either of the teams is going to be pulling those guys out again. But if In Control wants to keep up with their Kenta Rapid play, this would probably be a place to play it with the way the high ground, low ground is set up here. So that's what I'm placing my bets on.
Okay, by the way, so we have like K-Pro, Condor, yeah, for all the Kenta weapons. Why don't we call it the Crapid?
I call it the Crapid. I've called it the Crapid since release, but my team made fun of me for doing that, so I lean away from doing that a little more now.
Then your team's no fun. In that case, your team's no fun.
Well, it wasn't that they thought it was dumb. They thought it was too distracting to do in the middle of tournaments.
You're probably right. You're probably right in that regard, but
look over the Crapid, and then everybody laughs, and then what do you do?
Crapid or Kensa Rapid. Either way, into this next set without
Either way, the Crapid
the
isn't
Kensa
making
Rapid.
a show here. So
Not
color
making
me
the show here.
disappointed.
But we do see a Kensa Splattershot Pro coming out from both of these teams here. Both teams probably opting for that range and that Booyah Bomb at the same time here. But it looks like Ink2win has early control of the mid of the map. CMO there is going to go ahead and go down, though.
Yeah, despite them having a one-man down, they are going to push that tower all the way to the checkpoint. They're not going to the backline isn't going to maintain it because of that Stingray, but the Kensa Undercover is going to be very daring and sit on that tower to get them the points. Unfortunately, it doesn't break that checkpoint for them, so now Enlightenment's going to be able to push up and potentially do that themselves.
Yeah, looking like they're going to be able to do that, capitalize on that 3-down situation from earlier as they do go ahead, get past that first checkpoint, and take the lead for the moment. The members of Ink2win here popping a couple of specials to try to get Rays off of this tower are going to be successful in doing so. 2-down situation for Enlightenment at the moment as the members of Ink2win continue pushing forward.
Z on the Ray, putting in some fancy footwork to live in that flanking situation, is now going to be able to move up to mid and look for a pick. Unfortunately, doesn't get it with that bomb on that dualies, but they do move them away to keep themselves saves and push them into a situation where their teammates take care of it. Now they've got 2 down on Enlightenment, and they're going to be able to move up and make some magic happen.
Indeed here, that tower going to go ahead, reset to neutral, as well as the state of this match at the moment. Ink2win trying to get back in to take the lead, get past this first checkpoint, and approach that second checkpoint, but not quite going to be able to do so at the moment. Savage going to go ahead and get a nice double there, and it's going to open the door for Ink2win now to approach this first checkpoint. Another 2-down situation for Enlightenment, so we'll see here how far they can take this push.
All right, they're going to be able to take that push back past that checkpoint, but they're not going to be able to do it before going 2 down. This Stingray is going to support quick enough, though, to be able to get it to the next area in order to take the lead. And now Bad Savage is going to be jumping into a teammate I don't think they know is there, so now they're going to be sharking. And they find a pick on the dually squelchers.
So I'm kind of I was a little bit confused there by Quake just opting to just kind of ditch the tower for the time being and ought to go away and let Savage jump in. I'm not exactly sure what the reasoning behind that was. Just because it seemed like, well, you might as well try to stay alive or try to get a couple of picks and try to keep that push going. I'm not sure. But in any event here, Enlightenment could go ahead, push up towards this second checkpoint, and is going to get taken out, it looks like, for a time being by Ink2win. Looks like they're not going to let them get past the second checkpoint.
They may have sniped the lead from them at checkpoint, but it's only a technical lead. Is without that checkpoint broken, any push that gets over there isn't going to maintain it for very long. We've got a surprise bomb kill thanks to Savage, and with the Booyah going down, doesn't find enough picks in mid for them to be able to move forward farther than they already have. But with another surprise bomb kill, it might be their chance to shine.
Ink2win trying to gain their footing here. They probably don't know where Nick is. Nick going to be able to pop out, take out CMO. Still have a little bit of time here. Ink2win does to try to regain control at the middle of the map, get a couple of picks, and start their final push forward. But I don't know that Enlightenment is going to be very lenient in letting them do so. It doesn't look like they're going to. 10 Missile is going to come out, not going to be able to get many picks in the moment, but are going to force the members of Enlightenment back, as we were saying earlier with those missiles. Savage now thinking about hopping on the tower, CMO as well. But again, they're just not getting the picks that they want to feel fully comfortable with committing to making a push.
All right, we've got the specials are clocked in favor of Enlightenment, but they've got 2 down, and now they've got to handle man disadvantage in this overtime. Nick's baller isn't able to pop and do much other than shield him in these last couple seconds, but we've got the GG Ray, but will it last long enough to deal with 3 members? Oh my goodness.
Oh.
3 members still up, but because of the Stingray, surprise member of Enlightenment was able to pop in and stand on that tower long enough to end that overtime.
Isn't that what we saw last time?
I think it might have been what we saw. It was on Wahoo World Tower.
It was on
the
Wahoo,
very
yeah.
first game.
There were 3 members of them right there, but there came that Stingray, and there came another member of Enlightenment just right there, ready to hop in the tower. So close again for Ink2win.
But now we're 3-3 going into Game 7. Oh my god.
Game 7 here in this first grand final set. Of course, Ink2win fighting to keep their tournament hopes alive and force that bracket reset. But Enlightenment looking to take the tournament outright here as we get into Rainmaker on Mako Mart. Mako Mart being probably the most beloved map in the game right now. Why is that?
Definitely a beloved map in the game. It's the creative high-low ground. And it's, for Rainmaker specifically, you've got just 2 different kinds of pushes that you could do and utilize in 2 different kinds of situations. Should you get a full wipe, you can go for that first push almost immediately. But should you get, would you opt for a more strategical snowball push, you can go to the left and push the Rainmaker through on, over the box and through your enemy team's left side. So we've got
the box and through the left side.
to grandmother's house we go. We've got the Tenebellum, the commentator's favorite, making its reappearance
And
on
we've got
Ink2win's side.
And we've got that Forge Splattershot Pro again coming out from Nick on Enlightenment. Here we are now as both these teams try to gain control of the middle of the map. 40 going to go down to a Splat Bomb at the moment. And it looks like Ink2win has a large control of the map here, all thanks to Z's Splat Charger. Wow, can't even say the name of the weapon.
Oh, it looks like Ink2win is going to opt to go for the right-hand push with the Stingray supporting them. They're going to get a lot of points early on, and with Savage coming in on the side, they're going to be able to push that Rainmaker to 19 points within the first minute, doing an almost reverse of how the situation played out on Rainmaker Muscle Forge earlier.
Yeah, so that push all the way to 19 for Ink2win. Quake going to go ahead and be able to take out that Rainmaker as Ink2win might remain here on the offensive.
Ooh, unfortunately,
Nick going to be able to use
that
the bubbles
bomb,
of that Forge Pro.
With the combination of that, the bubbles and the bomb popped against them, the instant explosion is able to take out that Rainmaker.
Stellar. I think the people would like to see the gameplay.
You're what? Sorry.
But here we are now. Enlightenment now finally might have their footing. They are in a 2-down situation, though, so they have to be careful here. The Rainmaker is in a decently safe position for them at the moment. Z is going to be able to get that snipe. Jared, the only one alive right here by this Rainmaker, making sure that none of the members of Ink2win are able to take it. Quake going to be able to be in the middle of the map, though, as the rest of the members of Ink2win are there, making the members of Enlightenment go back. It looks like here that Ink2win going to try to push forward again. They are in a they were in a 1-down situation, now a 2-down situation as that Rainmaker goes down. That Singer going to try to come out, push the rest of the members back. They probably still don't know that CMO is sharking right here, and he has the hammer ready, is going to get taken out, and Ray is going to be able to push this Rainmaker back to the middle of the map. Finally, might be a moment of relief here for Enlightenment.
All right. And moment of relief may be short to come, as this NZAP is the only one in mid to maintain control. With 3 people going after that Rainmaker, they're going to be able to grab that and head for that left push. Z's got the Stingray ready. CMO goes down early though, so they don't have the support on that Rainmaker. So we've got the T-Tech coming in behind. Z gets a really nice snipe on them before they get that Inkjet to take out that Rainmaker, but the other members of Enlightenment come in clutch and make sure that they don't stay alive too much longer despite that.
Yeah, so an interesting play there for In Control to take that Rainmaker exactly where it is. Opting not to really bother going for a push, but trying to pick off the members of Enlightenment from afar from that situation. Just trying to take care of business, with that Rainmaker in more of an aggressive position, trying to fire those shots. But nonetheless, at the moment, it looks like the members of Enlightenment are going to continue going down. Ray's being the only one really alive at the moment. Not going to be able to pop this Rainmaker right now, but here we are now. Enlightenment finally going to be able to pop the Rainmaker, probably looking to take it to the middle map here soon.
All right, it looks like Enlightenment is definitely getting their bearings and painting the map more than they had the opportunity to do so earlier, but we've got the T-Tech going down in mid to CMO. The Charger looking for a pick on him, but isn't able to land it before the shield comes up. They're working really hard to get that pop and some vital paint in mid. It looks as if 2 are sharking on the left side. With the armor coming out, this is going to be their chance to get some much needed picks to finally get some points on the board. They pick the Rainmaker up and they're heading to the left, but Quake finds them before they get a chance to pop their feet on top of that box.
Again, Ray's there did not have the support of his team to paint that box effectively, and is going to go ahead and go down. Now, all In Control has to do is keep this Rainmaker exactly where it is and make sure that none of the members of Enlightenment touch it in these next couple of seconds. 40 hopefully not going to let that happen. Try to go for the Rainmaker, but he is going to go ahead and go down immediately. Rainmaker going to go ahead and get popped again. Enlightenment going to try to rush him, but it's not going to be enough. In Control forcing
reset.
The bracket reset.
It's reset time.
Oh my goodness.
This is the first reset I'm experiencing in Ink2win history. Not in the history of Ink2win, but just the first one I'm going to be able to see.
So, one thing that I noticed about, at the very least, the score at that last little bit.
Yeah.
Raze wasn't able to get picks with the Charger.
Oh.
I don't really know why, because I wasn't watching him the whole time, but unfortunately wasn't able to get any of those picks, help out his team in a large part there. Could have been some of the reason for that, but we're now heading into this bracket reset. We'll see if we can try to pull up the maps. First map is going to be Splat Zones on Skipper Pavilion.
Yes, indeed. Skipper, and we had already seen a game of this play out between these two teams, I believe, with a lot of it playing in favor of In Control as well. So I would really like to see what kind of adjustments Enlightenment makes to this comp, if any.
Indeed, here. Going to be interesting to see how this set plays out. I think it's largely map dependent at the end of the day. But, oh boy. We've got a doozy ahead of us.
Reset, reset, reset. Looking at these maps, if we get to Game 6, we're gonna see everybody's beloved Rainmaker Schellendorf.
Oh, beautiful.
Oh, beautiful.
Excellent.
Excellent.
That's
indeed.
what you like to see.
Everybody loves that. Everybody likes clams on the reef. Piranha Pit, people like Piranha Pit zones. Yeah, I think everything else on this list are pretty solid when it comes to map mode stuff, so solid maps for solid games. If
Solid maps for solid games, indeed. Let's hope they are solid. Part of me... Okay, I'm going to be completely blunt.
Let's hear it.
I am almost out of breath right now, so I would not exactly
4-0,
mind.
4-0, 4-0.
I would not mind if this was a sweep. Now, I don't care which team wins, but I wouldn't mind seeing Now, I also want to see good quality games, and we're going to get that if the first set was any indication. But nonetheless, here we're going to head into this game. It is Splat's.
So what you're telling
bracket
me?
Reset.
What you're telling me is the first team that wins this is going to get all your money going forward. But we're going to transition so that you can see it. Okay.
Yeah, we are hopefully going to transition this time. And so now we have both these teams approaching the middle of the map. Nick going to go ahead with this ink brush and to cap the zone to start, as we have an interaction as well happening on the top of the map.
Oh, we've got... Oh, if they had stayed out of the baller just 1 second longer, they might have gotten that pick on that Tenderbrella, but that just turned into neutral gameplay that they just split away from for the sake of both of them staying alive at that point. We've got the Kunder clocking in that they're special. They're going to be ready to pop that as soon as their teammates are ready for some coordinated special, and here it comes. The Stingray comes out and finds a pick on the Pro and is looking to disturb the positioning of this charger until they have no choice but to jump out. And now Ink2win has in control of the zone.
Never heard that one before. Never made that one myself either. Anyway, in control here, forcing that penalty onto Enlightenment. And we'll see here if they can set up their defenses and completely defend this zone. But here comes that Stingray and Booyah Bomb coming out from Enlightenment.
All right, they've got 3 people to just completely deny this baller, but baller or not, Enlightenment does the work to get that cap. Now they're in control is going down 2 people, but with 2 people only up on Enlightenment's side, they're going to have plenty of time to just disturb this charger and cap the zone themselves for an equal penalty on their side.
You know, as I'm watching both of these two teams in the last couple of games play Splat Zone specifically, it seems like it's almost a matter of they're trying to throw their specials into zone, like at the moment, just for the sake of capping the zone.
Mm-hmm.
What I think the next step in that progression is, of course, is getting your players into a position where they can try to get the next couple of picks or the next couple of, set up their defenses fast enough in order to fully defend a push. But unfortunately, it looks like Enlightenment not fully able to do that at the moment. In control going to go ahead, take back their lead and extend their lead here. Stingray comes out, and here comes the special flurry coming in from Enlightenment. Nick going to go ahead, pop baller come in from this side, and it looks like they're going to go ahead and cap the zone. Now, are they in position to defend this push? Nick going to go ahead and go down. That Inkstorm is well coming out, but that's a 3-down situation, unfortunately, for them, so only instilling a penalty onto In Control.
Yeah, unfortunately for Enlightenment, Savage had actually taken the opportunity to turn back and completely flank on the enemy team's push, so the control that they did maintain did not last long as they were scrambled to take care of the pincer attack that she had initiated. But now we've got them popping all those specials again. They grabbed that control, and now they're going to need to look for those picks. They need to maintain it and get that lead. We've got...
Indeed, here now Enlightenment in a good position here, have to get a couple more picks onto Savage and the rest of In Control.
Alright, this is their time to shine. The penalty has been worn out, but their specials are ready. With Jared going down, this is going to be their time to shine. We've got the Charger going down, and I hear the Booyah coming in, and with 40 flanked, that zone is going to flop back to purple.
So what I was saying earlier, that Ink Armor allowed In Control effectively a nice cushion for them to be able to sit in and take that zone and be able to sit in the zone so that they can push the rest of the members of Enlightenment back. completely.
All right,
Here comes that
Enlightenment's got the
Stingray. Here
special,
comes the
Enlightenment's
baller
got
coming
the
in from
baller,
Enlightenment.
But they double bomb that baller so that they're not able to use it to cap the zone. Now they're going to have to manually paint that, and it doesn't, with 2 people down, In Control is going to keep that zone in their favor and take game 1 of this reset.
After that baller didn't work, Enlightenment was in panic mode. They were trying to get as much paint on that zone as possible, and try to get a couple of picks in the process, but unfortunately not going to be able to do that as In Control goes ahead to take game 1.
All right, and with game 1 finish back in favor of In Control again, we're going to be doing Ink Blot Tower Control. Definitely a favorite for the stream in this, or definitely something we've seen a bunch on this stream for this tourney in particular. The most exciting one being the game that Comet played against Kanai with all those wacky hammers running around.
Yeah.
But if you were Enlightenment in this situation, what would you adjust to answer to what In Control is bringing to the table? Because I think if I were Enlightenment, I would try to do my best to bring in an armor myself in this situation to counter the armor that they're bringing to the table.
Yeah, so it looks like on the whole, In Control is doing a good job of winning the up-close battles.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I don't know if Enlightenment needs to change like what weapons they're using in order to try to win those close-up battles, or if Enlightenment needs to try to find a more of a stable backliner that works for them and works for what they're trying to accomplish. I don't know which way is going to be the better way to go about it, but we'll see what they try to do. This next match, In Control now up 1-0. This set decides Ink2win 10th edition. Let's see what both of these teams bring us.
We've got a Splatling coming out on In Control, which isn't something I think we've seen in this in the finals in particular. We've seen the Splatling come out from In Control before, but not up against Enlightenment. So with the splatter shot, or with the Kenta splatter shot going down, let's see if this switch up in the back line is going to do them any favors or change any kind of matchups as we go forward.
The members of In Control doing an excellent job of pushing the members of Enlightenment back, but that Stingray is going to go ahead and take CMO on that tower. Quake going to go ahead and hop back on it. In Control went ahead and got past that first checkpoint. Not necessarily the hardest feat in the world, but at the moment, their first opening push is looking a little promising for them.
All right, but despite the efforts that Stingray had managed, the In Control is still maintaining the control of this of Enlightenment's plats, and the tower hasn't clocked back to mid since. So they're juggling it back and forth to make sure that it doesn't go too far away, because they definitely want to break that checkpoint. But with Jared behind the tower taking out CMO, this might be the end of that push.
Yeah, In Control was doing an excellent job of making sure that they were conservatively pushing. Mm-hmm. They were letting the rest of their teammates jump in when they knew they were in a 2-down or 3-down situation, and that's why they were able to extend their push even further. We'll see here what Enlightenment can do as they don't have their frontliners wreaking havoc on the In Control side, and I don't think that's going to allow them to get past this first checkpoint as that Stingray does come out, forcing the members of Enlightenment back. They're going to go ahead and maybe try to hop on the towers, at least thinking about it. But the members of In Control are there to defend this push around this checkpoint.
All right, and the Booyah is out, but it's not sure about where it wants to put it quite yet. Decides to move the backline out of their little sneaky grates area up there. They're going to break that first checkpoint, and Razi's in a good position to clock in, but they've got 2 people down Enlightenment, so he's going to pop out of there and just make sure he stays safe right away in case he's going to need this Stingray for a defense push. So they're going to give up on that technical point lead to be able to make sure that this doesn't go any further than it needs to.
The GG Ray comes out yet again, and In Control still only has their 1-point lead to their name. Enlightenment now looking to push forward, gain a little bit of control of the middle of the map, but the members of In Control trying to get in position to defend any push that they want to come out with. Enlightenment not quite comfortable, realizing they're not quite comfortable pushing forward completely yet, as they want to get a couple more picks, but that requires an aggressive front liner that they're not willing to commit at the moment.
Yeah, Jared's the only one up. He's sharking behind those walls, finds a pick on CMO, but doesn't have the team to support him, so he definitely jumps out to regroup with his buddies. Now we've got Bad Savage popping the Booyah Bomb and tossing it on that plat. Unfortunately, hits that little block. I'm not sure if that was intentional or not, but doesn't do a lot of damage that they maybe would have liked. But it's damage regardless. Savage finds 2 people down and is working to make sure that they can't comfortably poke at the person in this tower.
But a 2-down situation is going to go ahead and end that push for In Control. Now a 3-down situation as they push forward and try to get some control here of their opponent's plat. Torpedo going to come out, try to phase Nick a little bit. Ray's going to go ahead, hop off this tower, try to get maybe a pick or 2, but can't quite find one at the moment.
Alrighty. We're clocking in with 1 minute left, and neither of these two teams have been able to make it too much far past the second checkpoint. Enlightenment goes down 3 people, and now all they have is their NZAP left. They jump out after, I think they popped an armor to defend themselves, as the points are all the way back down to 15 at that point. They've got to do a lot of painting if they want to counter the specials that In Control is now gained.
Ooh, that wow, that Splatling goes down. That's going to not let them have a Stingray for the moment. Jared actually might have just gotten a triple there, so excellent work by him, as now the members of Enlightenment are going to be able to push forward. Ray's going to be able to pop that Stingray, but the members of In Control are going to hop on this tower, not going to be able to take out all the members of Enlightenment, and that's going to be a wipe and the lead in the game for Enlightenment. The last second push strikes again.
Jared, with that game-saving triple at the end, is giving them the sure footing that they need to get that tower into that last checkpoint and get them that last couple points for the lead in overtime. So gotta love your agros for those kind of situations. I know I do.
So
1-1.
What's starting to become 1-1. What's starting to become more and more apparent to me is, I think Enlightenment is trying to play much more of the patient game, whereas In Control is trying to get their frontliners in Enlightenment's face as much as possible and then start their push.
Mm-hmm.
Enlightenment tried to get those picks in order to open up the window for that push to happen, whereas In Control is trying to really shove the members of Enlightenment back, shove their frontliners in their face. So there's just 2 different strategies of going about doing it, and it's increasingly interesting to watch here as this set develops. We're going to be hopping into our next match almost immediately on Rainmaker on Sturgeon Shipyard, and Stella's going to get the gameplay up for you all to show you all.
Yes, she will!
We already have Enlightenment, though, taking the Rainmaker, going for this Blitz push up the left side again. CO actually going to go down. Z's gets the snipe, though, onto the Rainmaker to prevent that from going any further for now. But Nick now trying to approach the Rainmaker, not going to be able to do so. And now the members of In Control going to be able to take out everything else for Enlightenment. Probably going to let this Rainmaker reset here.
Yeah, that was a full team wipe with some really clutch, really frame-perfect plays that they need to make sure that that Rainmaker doesn't wiggle past 40. But with a 40-point lead, the way that Sturgeon plays out a lot of these times, that might be all that they need. Is we've got Nick playing hard defense on this block, making doing their best to keep them from moving up there, living out even pressure from the Stingray. But Ink Control has a lot of people down there in mid popping that bomb and maintaining their control.
So, of course, I said that Enlightenment was the patient team, and then they went for the blitz push immediately to open the game. It's like I blinked, and all of a sudden they were at like 50, hopping over the, going for the left push. I was like, now, wait a second. But anyway, Savage is going to go ahead and pick up this Rainmaker, try to work that same push, but two members of Ink Control are going to go down, and Savage is going to go ahead and get taken out by Raze's Stingray. So Rainmaker going to just sit there for the time being as both teams are forced to regroup.
Regroup they did. They've got that Rainmaker popped and they've got plenty of paint down, but the Dually Sculptures is going down, and the Rainmaker trying to find sure footing in the wake of Z's really meticulous, sure-shotted snipes is going to go down after being funneled into somebody else. We've got the Stingray coming out on the plat. It looks like they're potentially planning a sponge push or potentially on the uninkable ramp, but nonetheless, the two of them go down during that push anyway.
Yeah, unfortunately, there again, one of the things about this is even though the Rainmaker can paint, it doesn't paint very well, and it needs the support, especially when approached by a member of the opposing team, and that's almost exactly what we saw happen there. Quake tried to run forward with that Rainmaker, but was unfortunately unsupported, and that's largely the reason why that Rainmaker didn't go anywhere. Regardless here, we see Enlightenment pushing forward, getting control of the middle of the map and going ahead to pop the Rainmaker, trying to keep the members of Ink Control back. Quake going to try to pop out and get a surprise pick, but isn't quite going to be able to do that. 40 now looking to take this right back up the left side. Here comes the Rainmaker, the Stingray and the Counter Ray going for the sponge push now instead of opting for the left, but still not going to be able to stay alive there.
Yeah, sponge push, definitely the riskier push to take, but with the lead that you have now, it's not like Enlightenment has any reason to be shy about any kind of risk. They're gonna get it up that sponge, but they don't nail that landing, so they're not gonna get to push those points any farther. They're looking a little funky, but I'm going to assume that baller was a little bit of spectator cam going on for just for some good faith there. We've got two people are down on Ink Control side, and with a third going down, this is going to be Enlightenment's chance to work that to work that Rainmaker even farther. Possibly debating on whether to do the blitz or the sponge push with two people down. Either would probably work out for them.
It looks like 40 is the only one alive for Enlightenment at the moment. Waiting for the sponge push again, but not able to quite get it. That puts this Rainmaker in the same position we saw a moment ago. Ink Control going to try to let it just reset again as they turn their attention to the middle of the map for this next team fight. They have one member of Enlightenment down, and Ink Control has three of their specials live. Of course, as they say that, the Kenza Splattershot Pro goes down. Savage gets picked off by Raze, but we have a couple of seconds left to go here. Ink Control needs to pick up this Rainmaker soon and get a push moving, but they don't have the picks necessary to do so. 4D going to try to move up here, but Quake going to pick up the Rainmaker and is unfortunately going to go down almost immediately to a Booyah Bomb, a impeccably timed Booyah Bomb there. And Enlightenment taking game 3, going back up to 1.
And that was an exciting game nonetheless. Enlightenment making us eat our words with the talk about patient game. But a lot from what I think I'm observing from a lot of these games is a lot of them play out in favor of if one team has an arbor running and if one team doesn't. I haven't, because I know that 4D and CMO have been switching between backline weapons depending on any kind of map mode, and they're the primary armor runners. I don't I don't remember if I've seen too many games where neither of them were running or both of them. And
I don't really know, but
this game popped.
in any case,
this game popped open before I even thought to put up the map screen. So we're gonna be moving to. I can't leave you guys hanging that time. They're just like, you gotta knock that out, Stellar. We're ready for some good Splatoon games. So as I mark down the score, we're gonna be opening up on Clam Blitz on the Reef.
yeah, and I think these teams want to get this done because that did not take any time at all for them to deliberate what comps they were going to. Opting for the Ink Brush and the Camo Tent Umbrella yet again here. One member down on both sides as both these teams try to go for clams. Overall, pretty even at the moment. Zemo going to try to push with his tent umbrella canopy up a little bit, but really just trying to fend off the members of Enlightenment at the moment.
Oh, they've accumulated the first power ball, but they lost the fight of control on the bridge, so they're not going to be able to keep it for long. We've got Jared sharking it, and Quake not being an impatient person, making sure that it was, that whether or not it was guarded for it, picking it up. But Savage popping in and getting the first ball of the game, though, before anybody had anything to say about it.
Savage staking by everyone. I think Savage just snuck around everyone, including both you and I, in order to throw that clam in. But nonetheless here, Ray is going to go ahead, pop this Stingray, try to get some of the members of In Control on their heels before they push forward. Nick pushing forward with the baller. Ray's almost was able to back up in time to jump. 4D now has that Super Clam at the ready and is going to jump in, but is going to be met with a Booyah Bomb. So unfortunately, Enlightenment not quite able to get control of that just yet.
All right. I think I see a little bit of playful baggage on CMO sides. So Jared's going to pop in and take out him and displace this heavy remix, giving their team the opportunity to scoop up the clams from their base and their own. So they're going to be putting that in, and Raze is going to put in the single clam they need to obtain the lead that Savage had knocked them out of earlier.
Yeah, 3-down situation there. Raze recognizes that it was his turn to go ahead, throw in that power clam, and just get that at least one more clam for the lead. But the rest of his members are there as well to add a couple more clams to the mix. A push to 56. Not too shabby at the moment. About halftime in this game. But now In Control needs to build up clams and get a push moving here.
All right, we've got one going down on each side of these teams. The Brush is going to find themselves in trouble as they're going down as well. And Savage slamming that Booyah Bomb down on that backliner. It's going to give CMO the chance to sneak up behind them before they can notice. It's going to secure that jump for them, and with everybody on In Control side packing clams, they're going to knock that score back into their favor before they even have a moment to breathe.
Excellent push there coming out from In Control. Those quick, big scoring pushes are the ones that you like to see in a Clam Blitz. Now Enlightenment forced in a situation where they have to answer here with a power clam and some change. They have 2 power clams at the ready, but they're still looking for an opening, and they should be able to find one with their 2 specials at the ready. Of course, as I say that, they're probably more important special, and that baller goes down, but Jared somehow also able to go back behind with a baller as well. So they are going to go ahead and be able to take the lead, and it's a 3-down situation for In Control, so all they need to do is get a couple more clams in here.
Oh, I think Jared either managed to throw a clam in right before they died, or took the body blocking to make sure that 4D could do that themselves. Jared, being sneak though, popped a really obvious baller, but because there wasn't somebody directly in position behind, they weren't able to chase him in time to do anything about that double ball push. Now, In Control is going to be readying up to have a double ball push of their own, but they've got 2 to 3 people going down on this bridge now. Now they have to answer to Jared, who takes out this heavy splatling.
Yeah, so right now, In Control still needs to build up a couple clams. Ideally, they don't let that football go to waste, but they do. It does despawn, and so now they're left without a football. They need even more clams to build up here, as we now have a 2-down situation for both teams. Jared is sharking in the middle of the map here, waiting for whatever In Control has to throw at them. Going to go ahead, pop the baller. As CMO waits here with the power clam. Stingray going to try to come out and get a couple of picks around that football, but unfortunately not going to be able to do so. CMO now picking up the football, needs to make a dead sprint for this barrier.
He's gonna make it.
To be able to...
Oh, he whiffed it!
Oh! To be fair, it wasn't a whiff. I just think he was a little out of range. But
that's true.
Just slightly too far away. Enlightenment starting to run away with this set, taking the set now 3-1. One more game stands between them and the victory here.
Oh man, I was yelling it. I was so sure that the team had painted enough that CMO could get in and just get that ball in at that last second. I didn't have enough eyes on the score and what was going on to know if they were going to have enough follow-up to do any damage to that lead that they had, but it sure got me pumped nonetheless.
I think it might have been enough if CMO and, was it Quake that was right by him, were able to push forward. Quake had 8 clams at the ready as well, so whether or not that would have been able to be unloaded quickly, I'm not sure. But in any event, it is now time for Game 5, which means we're going to Splat Zones on Piranha Pit.
I do have a question, though. Is it, because you said it wasn't a whiff because he just wasn't close enough, is it a whiff if you throw the ball and could have made it? Because I just call anytime you attempt to throw it, whether you're close or not, a whiff.
So a pass is a whiff?
I mean, if... Oh, you're gonna pass it to the... What if you pass it to the... Because there's, like, people all the time that go up to it and clearly aren't close and aren't in the range to make it and throw it anyway, regardless of if there's a person or not.
To be fair, I mean, it's like, okay, you either let the clam... You either, get splatted with the clam in your hands and it just sits there where you died, or try to throw it. Even if it's not going to make it, you can hope that it makes it.
But, like, if you throw with the intention of hitting the basket, whether it was plausible enough to hit it or not, would that still be a whiff? Let me transition into this before...
We're getting too philosophical for this. Right now, it's time for Game 5.
If a clam falls in the forest...
Between these two teams, it does not make a sound.
Does it still make an overtime end early?
Enlightenment goes ahead, cap the zone, pushing the members of In Control that were alive back. I don't even know what to think at this point. All right.
In Control is painting their stuff. We've got Jared sharking.
In Control is painting their stuff.
I've got the giggles now.
Yeah, so do I. All right, but here we have Enlightenment doing an excellent job of keeping In Control at bay for the time being. 10 missiles coming out for In Control, hoping to try to get a couple. Baller also going to come out. That'll at least neutralize one of the zones in Control's favor. But now Nick actually just going to be able to take care of business there in the zone. That'll be a 3-down situation for In Control, and Enlightenment quickly running away with the set and the tournament here, unless In Control does something about it soon. It doesn't quite look like they were just barely able to cap that zone. And now a 2-down situation for Enlightenment. This could allow the opportunity that Booyah Bomb also going to come in, and that'll at least be the cap and the penalty. A little bit of a breather now for In Control, but ideally they try to get a push going here.
I was holding my breath the entire time. I stopped laughing, but now Enlightenment has capped the zone back into their favor. In Control is going to have to really work hard to undo the In Control that they've had placed upon them.
Oh,
The 10
that doesn't
missiles.
even work. That doesn't even work.
I didn't
I'm
say it
pulling the
because it
plug
would
right
work.
there.
I'd say it so I'd tilt you.
All right. In any case, here we are now. Enlightenment able to cap both of these zones yet again, but in control, slowly pushing forward. And CMO actually being a very nice distraction for 40 and Raze for the time being. But unfortunately, not quite enough of a distraction. That'll be a 3-down situation for In Control. Enlightenment able to cap both of these zones yet again. As these teams continue to trade kills.
They've got 20 seconds left to cap this zone back before this set is over. They've neutralized zone number 1, and with the Stingray up, they've got the opportunity to paint zone number 2, but they've got 2 people going down, and they're going to be able to cap, Enlightenment's going to be able to cap that. CMO's doing their best to neutralize, to give their team more time. Savage has got the Booyah Bomb, and they're going to place it on the other zone. They're going to need to paint. They find a pick. They find 2. The last 2 are on their zone, which Savage thought was the perfect fodder to give them the chance, another team a chance to survive.
In Control is hanging on by a very, very, very thin hair in this game so far, but hanging on nonetheless. Here comes Enlightenment. Nick with that baller and that Inkjet coming out for them, going to be able to cap both zones and try to wear through this penalty. Yet again, the members of In Control here are not quite able to use specials at the moment and not quite able to paint the zones, deal with this painting power that Enlightenment's come out with.
Jared taking down In Control with the two kill, looking and finding an assist on the 3rd, and now working his way to whittle down the 4th. A delayed quad on Jared's part, minus the assist technicality there, but a wipe nonetheless. Now they're going to be ticking whack down on their already small penalty. Quake trying to find a way to make it past that conveyor belt, but does not find one. And with the Inkjet in the spawn, the Booyah Bomb is up, but it doesn't have enough time to pop, so that means we've got a 4-1 victory for Enlightenment this game.
4-1 victory for Enlightenment indeed. Enlightenment going to go ahead and be your Ink2win 10th edition champion. After how many games was that? How many games was that?
7 games the first round, 5 games this round.
5 games the second round, so
that's
12 games grand finals. Oh, I can finally catch my breath. Holy smokes.
If the fact that we haven't been using our breath on these games for the last couple of hours wasn't a lot, that last Pit Zones game just had me holding it for way too long. Just like, the penalty. They need the penalty.
Indeed, there. Enlightenment doing an excellent job, especially in that last game. Holding it In Control back, not letting them get in their face too much as a team. And they are going to be your champions of this fine Friday night tournament.
GG's.
Yeah. GG's all around. Congratulations go out to Enlightenment and In Control, both for making it so far in this tournament and for putting on a rather thrilling show in that last set. Otherwise, I'm trying to run through the list of things to shout out, and I'm not sure that I have a whole lot.
We can shout out the circuit that's going to be taking place soon after SNS.
We can shout out a lot of things. There are a lot of things that I can bring attention to.
Shout out to K-Bot for being the nicest boy to commentate with for hours on ends.
And shout outs to Stellar for putting up with me pinging her about 70,000 times in Discord when something was not quite right on screen.
Very necessary pings nonetheless.
Nonetheless, thank you to Stellar for putting on the broadcast show behind the scenes as well as commentating. Thank you to the A&G staff for putting on this tournament. All right, so a couple of things week by week. Next weekend, if you don't know, you're probably living under a rock. We've got Smash and Splash happening. That is a 3-day event taking place in Wisconsin. If you're welcome to join us as a spectator, if you would like, but registration for the tournament has formally closed. You can be sure to catch the stream all weekend at twitch.tv/endgametv1 and twitch.tv/gengame. And who knows, you might hear some familiar voices there.
Oh? Who could that possibly be?
I don't know, but I heard a couple weird people were on the list, like K-Bot and Stellar.
Oh, man. Somebody's gotta double check that list. I heard some weirdo likes to wear a Jason mask when they're playing Squid Game.
I don't know. But in any event, tune into that. Tune into the Splatoon 2 World Championships happening the week after from the official Nintendo channels. And be sure to keep on the lookout for information from Game Set Match regarding the GSM Grand Prix. All of that aside, Stellar, where can the good people find you?
The good people can find me on my Twitter. It's stellar_splat. If you're interested in that, if you're interested in listening to my lovely voice anytime after this, I host my own streams inconsistently on Stellar Violets twitch.tv/Stellar Violets, and you'll be seeing both of us on commentary in a little over a week from now, depending on who gets what day. K-Bot,
Indeed.
don't feel free to drop where they can find you as well if they haven't already.
My name is K-Bot. You can primarily find me on Twitter at KBot_273. I also run a competitive Splatoon news Twitter feed called Ikafeed, IKAFEED on Twitter. Otherwise, I say that's about a wrap for the night. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us for 5 hours, nearly 5 hours of competitive Splatoon. I have no idea who let it take that long. But regardless, I'm K-Bot. Joining me has been Stellar.
I'm Stellar.
You heard earlier, Inks. Take care, everyone. Have a good week.
Enjoy your Friday.
Wait.
What's up?
I almost forgot to say, be sure to stay tuned to ANG Gaming for future events. All right, now we're good.
GG's.
That's a wrap, folks. Roll credits.
End stream.